Gamers, what's up? Don't have my watch to check, but I believe it's February 13th. And just check right here. Yeah, it's February 13th. It's a Saturday. It's the weekend. How's everyone doing? Gonna be a bit of a longer stream today. Mainly because I want to see if I'm able to finish Kentucky Route Zero today. So it's gonna kind of be like a sprint here. Just seeing if I can. Let's not say a sprint. A leisurely stroll. Gotta enjoy the story. When we last left off, we were at the end of Act 3, I think. Didn't finish because I was just getting really tired. But everything I heard, I'm at the end of Act 3. So 2 more acts. I think it's doable. We'll see. So yeah, without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and launch the game, get this all set up in the background. Should be good. There we go. It did save at a good place, so I don't have to redo stuff. Good. Oh, I don't know. I haven't launched it. I will find out. Let's see. Okay, so it seems like it always starts at scene beginnings. Oh shoot. There we go. Oh wow, really good spot. Good. Okay. Let's go to shipping, I guess. Truck. Here it is. Now I have to ask, as a matter of course, what kind of experience do you have driving trucks? I drove deliveries for an antique shop up until this last run. Precious cargo. You'll do just fine. And you can drive safely, can't you? I haven't any doubt. No, it's only after what happened with Miguel this evening. Turn this down a little bit. There we go. Happened with Miguel this evening. I've been driving all my life. What happened with Miguel this evening? Well, the dust is still clearing, of course. Perhaps he closed his eyes a moment, or simply hit a curve too devilish. I do pity ill-fated Miguel. He was good company, and slow to anger. But if we're speaking confidentially... Well, with all that lost product to be repaid, bourbon and glass dashed across the interstate. A few casks, too. I'm just thankful he had no next to kin. So let's see if we can ring up the dispatcher. Do a little Jules starts the truck and switches on the CB radio. Deep monotonous voice drones from the dashboard speaker. 10:20 on that load. Come back. Up in the Hummingbird Cave. 10:12. City Kitty. Remember this part. It's a good time. Dispatch. We may have found Miguel's replacement. Thought you might like to get acquainted. 10:09. Come again. Introduce yourself. Tell dispatch something impressive about yourself. They're very well regarded here. You folks know anything about a moldy old computer? 99 wheel holder, gotta pay the water bill. So. Certain no call back before long. Let's take a look around the truck, huh? Looks like it's just about ready to go out. We have some good strong folks in shipping here, so you never need to worry about loading if you don't want to. Get hard on the knees and back at our age, eh? Of course, you'll have to unload at the destination, but that's the job. Some drivers like the extra shift stacking and loading here. Really shouldn't do any lifting these days. I see. Well, surely we can spare a dolly and carrying strap for your health and safety. Sounds like a lot of work around here. It's in our interest, friend. After all, we must meet our financial obligations. Oh, sure, I know you want to look. Kick the tires, that's the thing we do, isn't it? As though our knees could exert the kind of force these tires see out there on the road. More likely to hurt ourselves. Isn't it the way, eh? Sure, they're big machines, but they can be fragile. Absolutely. A truck deserves care and fearful respect. Like a glass elephant. Miguel was a good driver, but he didn't have that quality of deference. What kind of man was Miguel? As I always say of him, he was good company. Many of us have found ourselves in his position, arrogantly grasping at personal sovereignty when our lives became unmanageable. There's no shame in it, only condolence. Now, what else can we show you? Headlights work fine, see? That's important. Most of our product goes out at night. You never know who you'll run into in the daylight. And dusk can be treacherously misleading with all the indirect light. Magic hour, eh? Drivers sleep in the day then? Sure, those that sleep. Miguel pulled extra day shifts when he could. Sometimes he'd help me, you know. Sometimes over in bottling. He shouldn't have been out driving at dusk. Weird shadows, soft light, dangerous. You okay? Control the wipers with this knob here. They seem to have a decent torque to them, eh? Can't say how they'd fare in an ice storm, but we must never delay a shipment. Better to assume the risk. Always clear skies down here, so I hear. Most of our product is delivered by surface roads, which feel rain quite often, particularly in the spring months, so I hear. We ditched class for the day to drive in the rain. It was pointless to stay, I'll review. He was a lost cause, and she didn't need it anyway. She was smart, bored, it was time to cut out. Shitty day for it though. 83 in biblical flood. Let's see a movie. They went to a bar. It was some anonymous swashbuckler film about real men and women, real tights, real lips, fake blood. They brought a flask. They smoked cigarettes, drank awful hooch, sold buckets of rain. She sang about someone she wanted once to have loved. Brown hair curled around her ear. She had a voice like Scotch whiskey. They poured another drink, and another and another. She worried it was getting dark out, then it was getting light out. They ended up in someone else's field, someone else's car, an early morning joyride, and a sunrise collision. She got on the bus, and he hiked back to his car. He sat in his car and went over some options. Chicago? Toronto? Barrow? It seemed like a bold and impulsive gesture at the time. As he pulled out of the parking lot, he removed his hands from the steering wheel for a moment, while the car drifted to a decision. Years later, he'd think of this as the moment he himself started drifting. Modest technology, but suited to the job, eh? Plenty good enough. Driver, come back. There's dispatch. Now tell him about your experience. Tell him the truck's in good shape. Tell him you'll start in the morning. I really can't. Yeah, we've got to finish this delivery in a few. 10:33, dispatch. Got 2 black eyes and a flock of crocodiles. Come back. 10:04, back it down and prick your eyelids, driver. Come back, Lem. 10:04. Come back, wheel holder. Conway remains silent. Dispatch is addressing you. He's here, dispatch. Okay, yours on? Good. Listen to this. Silence. So, I think that went well. Let's head back up to logistics and seal the deal, eh? Got one more thing to show you. So there are a bunch of skeletons shipping around whiskey and bottles. Buy whiskey from a skeleton. Seems like an interesting experience. Man, he can't even park right. Let's head back upstairs, eh? I have one more thing to show you. Wait, we only came here looking for some answers about this stupid moldy computer. Oh, the old man in the cave with the moldy computer. That black mold, it's drawn to whiskey. Feeds on ethanol fumes, you see. As we age the whiskey, some of it inevitably evaporates into the air. The angel share. Goes through the vents here and out into the caves. We can scrape up that mold. We can usually apply some pressure and cold to it. Squeeze and condense the angel share back into drinkable whiskey. Every drop counts when you're making a living on this stuff. So we'd go down and scrape it off as equipment. Just like any other place it grows. He kept sending his people here to drive us away. Paranoid. Truly paranoid. Well, now we have the formula. So we don't need to go collecting mold. Since we stopped going down there, I'm sure the mold's gotten pretty thick. Try cleaning off the timing crystal. That'll get you going. I'm sure of it. So, join me upstairs. If you don't mind, Okay. Here it is. A beauty, wouldn't you say? It's an antique, you know? What is it? Why, it's an adding machine. This is where we come for our daily ritual. To calculate the day's interest and repayment according to the formula. Usually do so at the beginning of my shift, so I know how many hours I need in order to keep up. Yes, I believe you'll do well here, sir. Happy to have you. Congratulations. You're hired. Wait, we can't. It's customary here to start each day with a shift drink. Let's make it special. Mark the occasion. This is top shelf stuff now. Single barrel. He doesn't... Down the hatch. Vinum memorimo. Decent enough. Welcome aboard. He's not working for you. We have to get back to this... He has a delivery to make. What's this? Not working? Are you turning down this opportunity? She's right. I have to make this, I'm disappointed. And I'm afraid that leaves us with a delicate problem. As I indicated, this is the top shelf stuff you're drinking now. It isn't cheap. It's not your first shift drink. Well. And there's the matter of this tour just now. The time and experience are billed at quite a premium. This is not good for you, my friend. You're in quite deep by my back of the envelope estimations. Well, we have that in common, I suppose. All of us. Yes, I'm afraid you have to work this off somehow. It's just the way of it. What's happening right now? You can start tomorrow. Take the time to settle your affairs. Of course, the interest begins to compound immediately, and, well, we'll go over the formula when you get here. I should get back to work. See you tomorrow then. Uh-oh. So, I guess I start in the morning. I guess. I'm confused. It's just the way these things go, kid. Huh. Well, that still gives us a few hours to roam, right? Where's that ferry? Sounds like it's coming. Oh, that was a woolly mammoth. That was a woolly mammoth. What the fuck? All right. Let's do this interstitial here. Okay.
Hello. You have dialed into Here and There Along the Echo, a guide to the Echo River for drifters and pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism.
Okay.
For a menu of our resources, press 1. If you have an extension to dial, press 9. For more information about our organization, press 3. If you don't remember dialing this number at all, press 5. To hear these options again, press 0. The Bureau of Secret Tourism is supported by a generous population of river creatures whom I fix up and grill as necessary.
Okay.
I am environmentally minded, and I believe all creatures are equally deserving of support in their transition to the next world. So I usually try to sing a little elegy like, small water creature, crab or frog, now you know that sleep is all around us, like a muggy, tranquil fog. Something like that. It's easier to come up with these songs when I'm hungry in a sort of transcendental fasting state, but
Okay.
I've actually just had breakfast.
Hey.
A debt of gratitude is also owed to the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces, who unselfishly and unknowingly donates this here telephone line for the purpose of this here informational resource. You can always find the latest secret tourism literature in any of our unmarked kiosks or any other old place it happens to lay. That's all I have to say about that. Hey, do me a favor. When you get a chance, call us back at extension 1928. You can press 0 now to go back to the main menu. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3.
That number was
If you're
1926,
holding
right?
a snake right now, press 4. To hear these options again, press 0. For
the number you have dialed.
Oh. One 1926, 1926, 1926.
hello. You have dialed into Here and There Along the Echo, a guide to the Echo River for drifters and pilgrims.
Mm-hmm.
This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism. For a menu of our resources, press 1. If you have an extension to dial, press 9. Now is the time to dial an extension. Now is the time to dial an extension.
my god.
Press 9. For more information about our organization, press 3. If you don't,
Was it
now is the time
1526?
to dial an extension. For a menu of our resources, press 1. Now is the time to dial an extension. For a menu of our resources, press 1. The Bureau of Secret Tourism is supported by a generous population of river creatures whom I fix up and grill as necessary. I am environmentally minded, and I believe all creatures are equally deserving of support in their transition to the next world. So I usually try to sing a little elegy like, small water creature, crab or frog. Now you know that sleep is all around us, like a muggy, tranquil fog. Something like that. It's easier to come up with these songs when I'm hungry in a sort of transcendental fasting state, but I've actually just had breakfast. A debt of gratitude is also owed to the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces, who unselfishly
He talks
and
so
unknowingly
slow.
donates this here telephone line for the purpose of this here informational resource. You can always find the latest secret tourism literature in any of our unmarked kiosks or any other old place it happens to lay. That's all I have to say about that. Hey, do me a favor. When you get a chance, call us back at extension 1928. You can press 0 now
Oh.
to go back to the main menu. Welcome home. For
1928.
historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and
Come on, please.
hello.
This is emulating the absolute pain that it feels
A guide to the
to
Echo
operate a
River
phone in
and
2021.
pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism. For a menu, now is the time to dial an extension.
1928.
I just want to listen to the wind blow. Or even better, television static. Can you tune your TV to a dead station and let the static play into the phone? When you're finished, press the 0 button. Thanks.
I can't really do that, sir.
Welcome home. For historical sites along... Well, if you're dialed into this here informational resource, then you're a certain kind of beachcombing, bat-calling sightseer.
I can't.
So let's
I can't.
take
I'm sure there's something in this, but I can't. It's really hitting that thing of just being on a phone that I really hate so much. 5.4 context backlash. General wear on the gestural gear mounting apparatus 5A1 may result in undesirable play between teeth in the context and history state machine gears, causing stuttering, slippage, resetting, skipping. Guess it could be slippage. Left unresolved, gear slop can gradually throw limbs out of alignment, blend motions, and decontextualize gestures. I think so, Lewis. See also sections 1.8 general troubleshooting and 5.3 gesture context. What else is in here? Table of contents. Must be missing a page or something. A savior, our friend here is in a bad way. Any insight? I try to stay clear of high voltage these days. I don't at all blame you, especially down here on the water. I mean, sure, it's dangerous, but this is where she lives. What brings you down to the Echo tonight? I always end up here, eventually. The river's like that. Always has been. We picked you up at the Bureau tonight. Never seen you that far upriver before. Hope that doesn't mean you've been traveling on the Zero. Yeah? Have you been there? The Zero? Oh no, not me. This old river rat steers clear of weird highways. I've been traveling this river for more than half my life, more or less alone. I think I've seen it change quite a bit in all those years, but I can't say for sure. The water has a peculiar way of making a person forgetful. Some nights I remember a place, but it's full of strange new people. And some nights I meet an old friend on an unfamiliar shore. Wonder which kind of night this is. The Mucky Mammoth. How's that cold river spray treating you? I thought I saw you squinting. It's hard water, you know? Hard on the eyes. Still irritates mine a little, and I'm piloting a tugboat through it 6 nights a week. Don't be too shy to close them in public. Your eyes, I mean. People will just assume you're thoughtful. You need tea? Let's mix up some turkey tail fungus, peppermint and caterpillar fungus, sad toad, and that'll be a love potion. I'm teasing. Where am I? How far are we from Dogwood Drive? The Echo's dicey tonight. Bad luck for you. Expect waves and diversions. Dogwood Drive is by the Silo mail stop. We may need to spend some time on the indirect route before we hit your stop, okay? There's other business. Mail to drop off, garbage to pick up, and a few favors to execute. All dotted on the riverbanks from here to there. I hope you enjoy the trip on our little Mammoth. Take advantage of all the amenities. Fresh air, cozy bunks, hot tea, the video room. There are some pretty interesting tapes down there, actually. Unusual. I mean, weird. Watch out that VCR doesn't take your hand off, though. It's untrustworthy. What's wrong with the VCR? I can take a look. Oh, please do. I don't know anything about electronics. Maybe try a few different tapes. Go get the picture. Hey, do me a favor. Go ask Will how the repairs are going and if he needs anything. Coming up on the next stop here. Just refueling and picking up a few things. I could grab a bolt or some wire or something. Whatever he needs. Oh, eyes on the road. whiskey fed in. Oh, what gears? What gears? Probably. Who knows? First thing I tried anyway. Down here by this little blue box, I took all the gears out and tried each one by hand. I loaded them back in again. That took care of the grinding sound. But her trunk keeps doing that sparking, clanking, weeping thing. To be honest for you, I'm not really qualified for this work. Kate's a friend. You know how it is, don't you? What's your story, Will? A story, Will. I like to listen to them. I like to tell them, but I don't have one of my own. I also don't have a permanent address or a pickup truck. Or any change of clothes. I wash my laundry in the river, and in that moment, I'm truly free. I don't even have any shoes. Hey, I should tell you where I left my shoes. Did you know I'm a classically trained organist? It's true. Look at these long fingers and pedal gripping toes. Doesn't matter. A minor in French literature earned me a position teaching Artaud Zola at the university. Well, some shitty governor cut state funding for our department, and I was demoted to mopping floors, running wiring through walls, or in dangerous places. I even operated the soundboard at the student theater. Left my shoes there at the university. It was a protest. Walk without shoes for something important or tragic. Ended up by the shore. Soon I was drifting along the Echo. It ran for a while above ground, then doesn't anymore. But I prefer subterranean waters anyway. Kate brings me along. Now record what I see and hear. I try to help with maintenance. I drop off the mail and pick up the trash. On occasion, I take the helm. Anyway, that's all I try to remember anymore. I listen to the river stories, and my own stories get fainter and fainter. Just keep drying gears, I guess. Ezra runs up to Shannon. Whoa, slow down. It's slippery up on deck. Do you have batteries? Yeah, of course. What for? Johnny said I could use his tape recorder, but it needs a battery. No fun. Well. Here's 4 different kinds. Surely one of these should fit. Thank you. You got your batteries, small man. Go get you some tape. Oh, there's blue. Really? You were entranced. You don't remember this? It's okay. We've all seen a lot of concerts. Serrano opened. His tape machine was broken or something. Got really cosmic. Right, at the flower shop. I remember that show. Sorry, Clara. Well, you have a second chance to hear it tonight. That was fast. You got the batteries? Let's see. Perfect. This one will do. So you hit this button here to record. Hold it right here so you don't cover the microphone with your hand. But you'll find a lot of good sounds just around the tugboat. There's plenty of tape in there, so don't be stingy with it. Just record anything that catches your ear. Really changes the way you listen. For the better, I mean. Are you playing a concert tonight? I could record that. Yeah, Clara came here. Clara here came all the way from Lithuania just to do this Echo River gig. It's a tour. Tomorrow I'll be in Nashville and then Atlanta, then over to the coast. Brutal. Well, we're lucky she's making a stop. Johnny and I saw her play once, and I remember loving it. And Johnny was moved. Speaking of Serrano, it's his night at the Rum Colony. Kate said she usually stops off there. Well, that's ideal. I'm supposed to meet a lady there to look at some engine parts about 3 hours ago. 3 hours goes fast at the rum colony, ma'am. I bet she's still there. I hope we don't stop there too long. My concert is soon. Don't want to keep them waiting. It's river time. Nobody expects you to be punctual. Hey, why don't you give that tape recorder a try? See if that cat over there has anything he wants to say. I often use found sounds in my music. If you find some interesting sounds tonight, you can help me out. So his arm's gone now. You know, it's the strangest thing. I can't remember why I came up here. Maybe you should slow down. Nah, I'm good. It's just that thing about, what was it? When you walk through a door? When you go into the kitchen for something, as soon as you pass from one room to another, you forget what you wanted. You have to walk back out just to remember. You left a part of your brain behind. Okay. I wonder if I could follow that breadcrumb trail all the way back to the room I was born in. You were driving for hours, getting any sleep? Had a weird dream. Yeah, that's when you get the strangest dreams. When you nod off, right? Just kind of dip your toes into sleep, and some weird image floats by and takes a nibble. Does look cold, doesn't it? Yeah, better keep that kid away from the edge. Person could easily fall in. He's been exploring. He seems to keep himself entertained. It's good for him. It's important to know how to be alone. What's up, huh? You look like there's something you want to ask. Fine, you can ask it. One question. Do you really have to go work at the Hard Times? Didn't seem so bad, did it? It's a way to live. I mean, rent a bed, eat out at the cafeteria. Not like I have a choice. I think you do have a choice. Gotta repay my debt. Oh. I should be grateful for the opportunity. If you want to die with any dignity, you gotta settle up. That's why it's such a damn shame when people go sudden. I don't know. I'm sure I talk too much. Everyone on this river does. The problem is that we listen twice as much as that. We're only telling you half of the stories we hear. Kate told me that I ought to have been a photographer. She said, you have an uncanny way of having been in the place at the time the thing happened there, and that's the hardest part of taking a photograph anyway. Nice of her to say, but it isn't true. Though I know just about every story on this river. Most of them I've picked up second, third, or fourth hand, and so on. Listening, see? Now I know what you're gonna ask, so I'm gonna answer it. Yes. I'm sure they're all true. Personally believe a story gets more true as it's tossed around from brain to brain, and the whole community brings their insight to bear on the brittle facts of experience. There are a few Echo River stories I witnessed directly. Saw that big owl migration pass through. I've heard about that. I was there when the old train station flooded. I saw the ghost of Stephen Bishop brew up a batch of white lightning on a raft, or... Anyway, I talked to a few sailors who'd recently crossed paths with him, and I suspect sampled his wares. One night, when I was working on the Mucky Mammoth, we picked up a gaggle of passengers headed down to a mail drop by the silo of Late Reflections. I knew a couple of them in passing, a pair of traveling musicians whom I often encountered on the river. The others were strangers to me at the time, a young woman, a small boy, and an old man whose name I didn't catch. Oh, and a smelly old dog. We docked at a gas station so the Mammoth could refuel. Ezra followed Junebug and Johnny into the gas station. A gas station. God. We cut it close. I usually find this place upriver. Everybody's on the lake tonight. Running on fumes. Yeah, it's this little game I play. Try to get the needle all the way down before I fill it back up. I like playing chicken with the fuel gauge. Don't do that! Sounds ridiculous, right? Sounds efficient? It may be. I never thought of that. Anyway, it's nice to see you too. Most of my regular passengers must have gotten held up elsewhere in their journey tonight. It's that storm, I think. Watching Ezra sprint past. Look at him go! That kid has a lot of energy. It's gotta be past his bedtime or something, right? I don't think he has a bedtime. He's a maverick. Sounds familiar, haha. God, remember the whole fucking maverick thing? God. Ugh. Fuck. You don't have any of your own, I mean. No, I guess not. Just realized you two come through here so often. We chat about all kinds of stuff. Never thought to ask about family. We're all the family we need. That's sweet. So, how about the storm upstairs? You two get caught in it? Heard it kind of roamed around, uncertain. Sure we'll all hear about it tomorrow. Flooding, property damage. Probably killed a few tomatoes. It's got the river churning and everyone headed to the lake here, where the water's calmer. I myself don't mind navigating a choppy river. Not at all. Got a good feel for it. Plus, it's better for fungal growth. High water consumes the cave moths. Their wet wings clump together into these little balls of nutrient-dense mushroom food, jammed by current here and there between the rocks. You've never seen a mushroom grow like on a soggy cave moth carcass. Amazing. If I could get a day off, Al and I would be out there all day tomorrow to harvest. I mean, it'll be ready by tomorrow. A mushroom will grow just as fast as you can pump water into it. Hey, are you two headed out this way tomorrow? Maybe I could send Val ashore with you for a few hours. She's got a remarkable nose for mushrooms. You wouldn't even need to know what to look for. Put a bag around her neck and she'll just bring them back to you. Yeah. Oof, we don't know where we'll be tomorrow. I should have figured. Seems you two are always on the move. It does seem that way. So, I should get back aboard. No rush. I just want to brew some tea before we get underway. Headed into the station. Thought I'd grab some black coffee for the old man. He's looking a bit waterlogged. Sure, don't want him falling asleep on you. Nah, he'll be alright. Seems like the type who can hold his liquor. Seems like he has a little experience, I mean. And while you're in there, Could you remind the gas station attendant this fuel's on my tab? Charged to the Mucky Mammoth. Oh, and Will wanted a scratch ticket. Thanks. I think I'll just watch the lake for a bit, ma'am. What do you think of that other dog we got on board, Val? Blue's a sleepy old hound dog. I know she isn't doing any mushroom hunting, that's for sure. Weird cave fungus growing on soggy moth wings. Sounds kind of romantic, but also kind of gross, right? So, would you like to run? So, could you fit in the sidecar? If I rode with one knee draped over the side, you could sit next to me? I'd hold you tight. I promise it'd be safe. Maybe we can still talk her into it. Looking for crystals? Why do you assume I'm looking for crystals? We've got them on sale! All kinds of folks come in here looking for crystals. There's a few over there with milky white shocks through the middle, like you caught a piece of the cloud. People seem to like those a lot. Yep. Popular crystals. You work on the mammoth? I can add it to your tab. Oh, you know the tugboat? The captain, Kate, said I'd have to remind you. Sure, they're here every night. It's okay. I have one of those faces. Forgettable. Does it bother you? I've learned to cherish it. There's dignity in being forgotten, letting the crowd flow around you unspoiled. I used to live in a city. I mean, a real city. Cleveland, Ohio. I had some family money then, and I didn't have to work. I lived in hotels. In daylight, I walked wherever the people were. My only duty was to the crowd. I was its observer, its historian, its detective, its poet. Well, the money ran out, and I dispersed with the rest of them. I took my duties with me here, to Lake Leth and the Echo River. I live behind this counter, anonymous, invisible, but I live with dignity. And yourself? Nah, I don't think so. I'm not alone. Sure, so you say. I say you can travel in company and still be alone. Shit. We keep all the crystals on that shelf over there. Buy one, get one free. Of equal or lesser symmetry. That rhymed. Shit, that flood water rushed you halfway up to sea. I was looking for you down by New Königsberg, same as usual. It ain't nobody there. And the river's deep as an elephant. It's free crystal estate. Oh, didn't see you there, ma'am. Pardon my language. What? Elephant? Alright, you're no paper flower, I see that. I expect you must be Loretta. Enchanted to meet you. Sorry I'm late. Hey, is that coming on too flowery or something? Enchanted? Repeating it now, I feel a little silly. I'm not Loretta, but I think you'll do fine with Enchanted. Well, thanks for saying so. But now I'm double embarrassed. How do you know Loretta? I really don't. I met Loretta on the computer. We met each other there. I mean, or I guess we spoke through the computer and agreed to meet. I don't know the terminology. I haven't dated in quite a while. Back when I met Greta, that's my wife, excuse me, my ex, or maybe I'm her ex. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, back then there wasn't even such a thing as computers at all. I mean, I guess there probably was, but I never heard of one. I worked in textiles. So here I am. So what's your plan when Loretta shows up? Maybe head down to the rum colony. Shoot, I forgot to ask if she likes to drink. You really never know these days. First, I'd ask her about that. If she doesn't like rum, I'd maybe try to take her by the Bat Sanctuary. That's pretty romantic in a sense. I mean, like, misty valleys and ruined churches romantic. Not like flowers and chocolates romantic. Of course, they got that memorial there. It's a little depressing, actually. Maybe we'd kind of sail around that. Damn it all, I guess I probably missed her. Wonder if she'll agree to meet me again. I wouldn't. If I thought I'd been stood up. Can't say I would either. You're probably right. Well, I guess I'll head on back. Hey, supposing Loretta doesn't want to see me after all. My card is full. Oh, no, sorry, that's not what I meant. Actually, I wanted to ask you for some advice. I had to type up a sort of autobiography for the computer date. Spent a lot of time on it, but I only got one reply. That was Loretta herself. I was happy to meet her, but supposing she's lost interest now. You think you can maybe give me some feedback? It's only a paragraph or so. I have it all memorized. I spent so damn long writing it. Okay, here's how it goes. We're gonna put ourselves in a place of norm. Alright. I'm a good-natured man. Retired. I spend most of my time sailing the Echo River, riding currents of subterranean gas in that strange invisible wind that moans out the small tunnels along the bank. Seeking a companion to map the river with me. I have 2 grown children, but they live far away. No goofballs. Okay, what do you think? The thing about the wind is a little much. Why mention your children? What was that about goofballs? What was that about goofballs? I mean, like, serious inquiries only. Worried about people wasting your time? Oh no, I've got nothing but time. Guess it's more like I want the person reading it to know that I'm not a goofball. I'm ready to show up. Why mention your children? Oh, I'll figure it'll come up somehow. I don't know how people feel about dating with kids. Like I said, it's been a while. Are you proud? Yeah, sure I am. My son is a school teacher. My daughter owns a printing press. Good people. Yeah, maybe I just mentioned it there, hoping I'll get asked to brag a little. Thing about the wind is a little much. Yeah, you're probably right. I wanted to show my poetic side. I'll save that for the date. All right. Thanks for your help, ma'am. You're giving me a lot to think about. Ready to get back on that computer. You have a good night now. What's left of it, anyway. The crystals are rough, dirty, some are damp. He must have come out of the river. Johnny seemed distant. Traveling with all these people might be like sensory overload for him. Junebug tries to scrape off some green algae off a larger specimen. Is this going off like nuts? Don't know why. Okay. Sometimes my phone just likes to go off and just like, I think it gives me notifications on the hour every hour. And so it's like multiple all at once. All right. Junebug tries to scrape some green algae off a larger specimen, examining it for the kind of cloudy inner formation the attendant said was so popular. It's always just been the two of us on that bike. Yeah, H-A-K-Y-U. And a few numbers are woven through the algae. Even supposing it was possible to take on another passenger long term. This isn't algae at all. It's a decayed plastic bag caught on the rock. What's that? It's a crystal. I bought it for you. Wow, thank you, ma'am. Hey, could you hold on to it for a minute? I'm going to look around inside. Wish me luck. Good luck. I'm not ready to do this attendant voice again. Did my Johnny talk your ear off out here? Damn, he's got even me talking to dogs now. I think I can see why he does it. You're a good listener, Val. Where'd these crystals come from? There used to be a young man who came by here and traded them for gas. He's a diver. I guess he found them diving. Haven't seen him in a while, though. That right there could be the last of him. Oh, I should have fucking done Morshoe instead of whatever the fuck this is. Bombs? Rope? Lamp oil? It's yours, my friend. As long as you have enough rupees. I'm switching the voice. I'm doing my Morshoe. To be honest, our whole inventory is pretty low right now. There's a delivery boat that usually swings by earlier in the night, but I guess something came up. Where are you headed? Helping some new friends make a delivery or along for the ride anyway. Well, even if you're not doing the heavy lifting or navigating or whatever, a passenger contributes to a journey too. I never travel, but I do love travelers. That's what I like about this job. The travelers come to me. Meet some interesting people? I wouldn't say I meet them, but I do sell them gas. Well, let me know if I can help you find anything. As long as you have enough rupees. Who's Al? Glory's gonna be among friends. Suit yourself. Wow, I should take a page out of your book, man. I'd give you any advice I could, little guy, but I think the most important thing I can say is, Glory, it is good to be among friends. Helps to keep things in perspective, I guess. It's a ritual of remembrance for me, tonight particularly so. It's my birthday. I'm 5 years old. You know why I say that? Well, I'm going to tell you. 5 years and some days ago, I sat on the Echo River alone. Or so I thought at the time. I was looking for a nice flow. They are occasionally rumored to travel our humble artery on the way from who knows where to who knows where. Who knows why? It's a mystery. An hour into the journey, my lantern gave out. Now, I always carry 3 or 4 spares. You'll never catch me in the dark again. Lesson learned, buddy. But that night, when that lantern went out, I was stuck in the dark. I kept my arm extended, running my fingers along the cave wall, trying to keep my bearing as best as I could, and at least make sure I wasn't going in circles. I just prayed I'd find another traveler who'd do his way back to the lake or above ground, or even just a crack in the rock to get a glimpse of moonlight. I had a large bag of apples with me. After a long while, maybe a day, I was getting weak. So I took my hand down from the rock to tear the bag open. Well, when I reached back out, couldn't find that cave wall anymore, or any other. I was totally unmoored, buddy. Totally adrift. It was so dark. I started counting time and apples eaten. I drifted in despair for 4 apples that I schemed and planned and dreamed for 2 apples. Finally came to accept fate. Lost at sea. And this phase, I think, would have continued indefinitely had I not come down to that very last damn apple. Picture me feeling around in that empty bag, certain that somehow there was another one of those fist-sized chunks of life-giving fruit, already softened by time and probably an unappetizing brown. No, that was it. Just as I was about to bite into my last meal, I felt a tickle on my upper lip. It hatched right then. Couldn't have been a moment later, or I would have eaten it. My last apple was infested by a damn fruit fly maggot. Well, that should have been the end of it. Should have eaten that apple and that fly while I was at it and put an end to our little food chain suicide pact. But I waited out of mercy. After all, this fly was basically a newborn child, right? Gross insect child, but still a child, right? Born in darkness and famine, hungry and alone. I mean, can you imagine that? No other flies out there on the boat. It never would be. No other flies to welcome into the world. I mean, no fly culture, no fly society, no fly history. True orphan. I started to get depressed thinking about it all. Worked out a thick tear. I'm not ashamed to say. Well, that fly landed on my cheek right under my left eye. Right on that salty teardrop. And then, blinding glory, his ass lit up like a candle. That wasn't a fly, buddy. It was a damn lightning bug. That's how I come here. That's how come I'm here today with you folks. Only because I found my way out of that strange river cave by the dim-lit rear of some orphan insect hatched out of my last rotten apple. Lawyer's gonna be among friends. That guy's a trip. That gas station attendant. Did you talk to him? It's funny. He actually reminds me of that frog we had for a bit. I thought it was a toad. Oh, is there a difference? Toads live in the mud. Frogs live in trees. Huh, I never knew. He seemed more like a cat to me. The attendant, I mean. Oh yeah, I can see that too. Aloof, but strangely chatty. Maybe we should pick up another one? A frog, or a cat, or an iguana, or something. Feeling lonely, Cricket? Nah, not exactly. Not like that guy in the gas station. That guy lets the world wash over him, static like a rock. But you and me both together, I mean, we're always moving, always changing. I think it's because we feel safe with each other, you know? Free. You can try stuff out. Change your clothes, swap parts around. Just play. I'm not lonely, just curious. Another person to play with. What else could we be? You may be right, Cricket. You really think so? Wow, I thought I'd have to wear you down a little, just like I did with the gerbils. Oh, that's Kate. Time to hit the road. River, I mean. Okay. See that small brick building? It used to be an upholstery shop. Now it's inhabited by a very skilled taxidermist whose art is greatly in demand. When it was an upholstery shop, it didn't see nearly as much business. The old shop's name has been lost to time and weather. This was decades ago. The only trace of it is now the grayed frame of an old sign behind a new lettering, which now reads Trapper, Stalker, and Sportsman. Then below, smaller, the specimen is too exotic. No arrangement too fanciful. Some of the upholstery equipment is still there too, and still sees active use. Elise is the resident artist, though she's not the owner of the shop. It's owned by her Aunt Ida. Ida has very little to do with the day by day. She's busy with the other endeavors, mostly the restaurant she and her husband run on Lake Leth. Shit. As I think this act alluded to, might have to play Act 4 a second time at some point. I'm gonna go with my heart. I feel like if I don't go into the rum colony, I'm gonna miss something. The rum colony might have a performance, but Shannon would probably go into the video room. Yep, sounds like him. Our friend Serrano is booked here tonight. He's pretty good. He's a wizard. A wizard of the lap steel guitar. You two coming ashore? Oh, sure. We'll be up in a minute. You gonna hold me back? Oh, I don't know. Kate says just to wander back whenever. This is a take it easy kind of stop. Doesn't even blow the foghorn to round up the crew here. No point. Something about this spot is like wax in the ear when it comes to timetables and responsibilities. I was supposed to meet someone here earlier tonight about some bike parts. Hope she's still around. What I've kind of like come to terms with and learned is like this might not have been the best streaming game. Like we'll get to it when we finish this up, but yeah, might not have been the best choice for a stream game, but because I do think like some reason for like a little bit like for streaming this, like it is like possibly affecting the story for me in a way. Oh, I'm sure she is, ma'am. Half sleeping into a fragrant mug with all the other wayward sailors. Just walked over that dude. Shannon finds a bottle. Its label is worn away. The words "Hot Hell Rum" are legally embossed on the glass. The bottle is empty except for a sleeping crab. Oh, is that Ezra running around? The water's fine, invigorating, and makes me want to run. I could gallop up and down this beach like a horse. What's he yelling about? He wants to run on the beach like a horse, he says. Oh dear, what's in these drinks? Your friend's laying in the sand over there. I think he's asleep. Poor Rick, he's a lightweight. I think he just drank too fast. It's easy to get carried away. Oh, he always gets so melancholy when he drinks. Remember the office picnic at the big flat rock? Oh, I remember. He was talking Lula's ear off. She slipped away, and he sat in the ground nursing that brown bottle, crying, sobbing about the days that are no more. Poor Rick, it'll never be. Invigorating! My headphones fell off. Catch anything, Lewis? Did you find what you're looking for? With Lula, I mean. It's a work in progress. I know what you mean. I've been working on... I think I will go for a run along the beach as soon as I'm finished with this drink. Try not to yell so loud, Lewis. Afraid you'll shake the ceiling loose. Something glints black in the flashlight's beam. Shannon brushes off sand of a damaged VHS tape. The smudged label on the spine reads, "Private, do not watch, but do not erase." Where'd the kid go? Hello, happy to be in here now. I heard a shuffling. Are you dragging your feet? Just enjoying the sand between your toes. Yeah, it's nice to slow down for a minute. We have time. Lots of glass here. Patch boys load the empties on the barge. I told them try to keep it separated in its own little pile. That way, when we get to disposing of it, any environmentally minded folks present can easily set them aside for recycling. Love the river, but I don't care for the current. It's too relentless. Lake Letho, it's calm, cold, and deep. At any opportunity, I'm ashore meditating. One day I may be left behind. I wanted to ask you something. Thought of it earlier, but it didn't seem like the right time. I'm sure you know what I'm getting at. I wanted to ask about my friend the old man. Oh no, I think I read him pretty clearly. He's an outwards reflecting kind of person. I mean, he reflects the world back out, largely uncolored. You and I, we are inward reflecting, I think. Means we prefer to nurture the best and worst of ourselves in quiet interior spaces. That's okay. Wouldn't you agree? Is that what you wanted to ask? No, it was... Well, I forget it now. Typical. Untouched drink sits on the table, forgotten or abandoned or simply wasted. There she is. You have to try one of these flower drinks. I feel like I could drink 100 of them. Not too sweet, not too strong. No, real session drink. What's it called? I think he said it was, well, how do you like that? I'll just show him the flower. Another one of these, I'll say, and then I'll point to the flower. Maybe I'll wear it in my hair. It doesn't taste like a flower. I mean, not like a flower. It smells, you know, perfumed, sickly sweet, like a star thistle flower. You know, my mother was obsessed with all these awful weeds. We had a small house just about leaned up against a hill. And every spring the hill would explode with yellow star thistle. And she'd tear into them. Wow, I mean, really enraged by it. She said they were an invasive species. Like foreign squatters on her land or something. Used to think she was the wicked old lady to get so violent about it. After she died, I mean a few years later, I came by the house again. It was spring, but I didn't see a single yellow flower on that hill. She must have finally got them, or maybe they followed her home. More old stuff. I'm drowning in old stuff tonight. Feels like I got it all piled up around me. Like one of those guys you hear about who never threw anything away. You know what I mean? Hey, maybe you should slow down. Oh no, I don't think so. In fact, I could use a few more of these. Let's take a book of matches to the room. That should clear everything right up. You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm not making sense, am I? I mean to say I can't look at anything without remembering something else. And then that reminds me of something else. And I'm buried in it. I just need to get my head clear for a minute. Get a clear view of the day. Get oriented. There's a time when I felt this way. I'd bite the bullet. Try to sober up and get a job. Is that why you're going to work for the distillery? Maybe it is. Seems like a pretty simple answer, right? Just follow the work as long as you can. Got me all figured out. Going to sit and look at the water for a minute. I'll talk to you later. Don't be a stranger. Junebug. Hey, guess who I just saw like an hour ago? That lady with the engine for sale. You just missed her. I tried to hold her back, but she's all business. It's okay. We can't really afford it. Hey, I'm sure another one will come on the market soon. Any of your friends want a drink? I've got time. Busy night, but everyone's deep in their straws by now. What have you been mixing up? Let's see. What's good tonight? The light rum noir? What else you got? Fragrant reminder on the captain? Chill tall glass with a little orgeat syrup at the bottom. And then just keep pouring in old rum till it starts to turn clear. Add stale jerky, simple syrup, and sea salt. Some folks like grapefruit juice. I always include an orange peel. The Dark Death? What's that like? 1 shot aged rum, 2 shots old rum, stale jerky. Let it set for a while. Throw a maraschino cherry on top. That sounds horrible. That's just alcohol. There's no mixer in that. Oh no. What's my light heaven like? Imagine being at a bar. Once again, no mixer. Stale jerky isn't a mixer. It's just alcohol. This is not how you run a good bar. The dark rum noir. What's the dark rum noir like? What are these drinks? The only one that sounded good was... Oh, wait, this is a new one. Fragrant Nose. What's that like? Just enough 151 proof rum to make your pupil vibrate. Stale jerky. And hey, a mixer! Grapefruit juice to taste. Shake, that's it. God. What's Black Potent Tiki like? Somebody tell How to Drink that these drinks exist. What the fuck? I'm gonna have to look to see if How to Drink did these Kentucky Route Zero drinks, because oh my god, what the fuck? A medium-sized glass bowl filled with equal parts stale jerky and 151 proof rum, Cover it with a towel and let it stew until it gets a sort of deadly quality going. Add aged rum and refrigerate. Put a toothpick on top if you want to show off. Salty memory on the trachea. What's that like? Okay. Lightly rimmed with stale jerky! Put a maraschino cherry in the bottom of the glass. Flip it over. And leave it for several minutes. Slowly add a light rum. Ah! What's Light Devil like? I'm not going to read any more of these because I can't deal with it. Are these randomly made? Because what would a fucking umbrella do? Oh, these... Oh my god. I just realized what they're doing. I'll point it out. I'm trying to think of the wording. But basically, like, every word in this is a part of a recipe or a modifier. So I think noir is a recipe and like gold rum is the modifier. Yeah, so that's pretty much the same as like the original noir, but it has different mixings. Salty pupil. Pupil's the drink, salty is the different. Black rum and a toothpick. No drinks. I can't. Cyrano. I am so glad to see you. These cooks are bumming me out, man. You see that guy in the sand over there? He rolled up kind of off center, you know, kind of leaning on the stage here. He was like, what kind of strings are those? Steel or nylon? I'm sure you were cool about it. Oh yeah, it's mandatory around here, man. It's what the people want. I'm just a humble artist, you know. Plus, it's better for tips. Can't look like you care about it, you know. Even if it's your livelihood. A crowd can smell economic precarity and it turns them off. Guess it's no fun to give someone money if they really need it. Too much responsibility. Hey, speaking of which, I'm about mid-set here. Can you take the can around while I play this next one? It's on the tape. I think you'll like it, man. Thanks. She didn't have to do that. I had the hurt. That's the way it goes. The unsteady, steadying the unsteady. It's probably a $5 bill somewhere just floating up and down the river from tip jar to musician to tip jar to musician like an eternal ferry of good intentions. I want to live in this world where people actually tip pretty decent. Where does their money come from anyway? Government check maybe? Nah, then they'd only tip like that in the 1st and 15th. Fence stereos or something. Yeah. This guy's keeping some odd company tonight. Better to just let him be. God. Will also zero. Will never has any money. Good for him. Just steal $2 off this dead body. This guy's barely here. He's like basically sugary wet sand until the morning. He left a couple bucks by his shoes here or dropped it. That's probably for the band if it's for anything at all. Just stole this dude's $2. What the fuck? What's wrong with this dude? In his own little orbit, he ought to stop and think about who is creating all the atmosphere. They think it's natural or something, like it's just what this place sounds like, a cheap illusion. He's way gone, reflecting, or pretending he doesn't see the tip jar. Asshole. That is what we call that. 15. These kooks are really going for it. It's good. You can't always hope for much with these fly-by-night crowds. Could have been some deep tiki fanatics getting uptight about Serrano's tape machine or something, but these folks are all tourists wherever they go. Just vibing. Hey, did you hear the ice caps are melting? I mean the polar ice caps, the ones all the way at the top. Yeah. Don't listen to him, hon. He's all doom and gloom tonight. Don't listen. That's the answer, Don. Well, what else can you do? Someday all of this will be underwater. We'll all be drowned. What can you do? Maybe it's better that way. Great, another pessimist. You two have fun. I'll be drowning in this Mai Tai. He's just in a dark mood because the bar is crowded tonight. He likes to spread out. Oh, he's a mansplainer. He's a manspreader. Have you been observing the death of the Ohio River? Oh no. That's what they say on TV anyway. And I believe them. Mercury, you know, depleted any day now. Sure, I heard it on TV, so I take it as gospel. Worthless gospel, but gospel nonetheless. Yeah, I'm trying not to think about it. Everyone should be. Sonny, you're insufferable. The Ohio River. That's his latest rant. I'm not surprised by anything anymore. Before this, it was bovine growth hormones and global warming. He's harmless. I just don't know him anymore, that's all. He takes bits and pieces of things he reads and synthesizes them all into some grand theory, and it's always the end of the world. But who could know that stuff, right? We can't even predict the weather. I mean, you could take all these little pieces and predict how they're all going to interact. Well, you know everything. I'll tell you what I do with that kind of knowledge. When I first met a man, I'd look at his shoes and the kind of books he reads and what he eats for breakfast, and I'd make damn sure we weren't doomed to spend our twilight years greedily emptying Mai Tais and arguing about the Ohio River. You know what they say about hindsight? Here's to better yesterday. Ooh, there's something. First, Shanna mistakes the iridescent glimmer for a seashell washed up from the lake. Maybe some fresh water relative to the abalone. Or even a pearl. But it's only a trading card. Must have been valuable to someone. Or it wouldn't have been printed on this lustrous material. Whatever was on it has mostly worn away. All that's left is the shiny backing and the words, "Cleaners forward." Well, that was a pleasant detour. Yes, ma'am. Ready to get moving? How about you round up the old man if you can tear him free? Should probably get Ezra too. Is that an option? Now he's running around too much. Static? Yeah, you're right about that. I never quite thought of it that way. Hey, who are you talking to? Oh. No, it's nothing. Hey, let's get out of here. Work to be done, right? What's happening in the Conway? It's easy to miss, but beneath that quarter-acre swarm of moths, that's a Brachyolomia conjuncta, the mottled dagger moth. Their diet is mostly constrained to lichen, but they make an exception for sunflowers. There's a quarter-acre sunflower orchard, and beneath that sunflower orchard there are two small lots with small houses, positioned so they just about butt right up against each other. The houses are empty now of human life. There's no sign of a person or anything living except for moss and overgrowth. There's some pipes bolted into the cave wall near the perimeter, and a few stone scars where the other pipes have been ripped away by scavengers. These once supported the large grow lamps that fed the sunflowers. The lamps are gone now. Once this crop of sunflowers is picked away, it's unlikely anything else will grow here but lichen, moss, and rock formations. The mottled dagger moth will move on. The houses will be visible again, at least until somebody strips them for building materials. But the river washes them away. The houses were once inhabited by two sisters. Why they built their houses so close together, or lived in any proximity at all, is a mystery, since they clearly despised one another. Possible the neighboring houses were an attempt at reconciliation. It didn't work. If anything, close quarters just turned up the pressure until those decades of closely held resentments and animosities were pretty near to be boiling over. All that energy had to go somewhere, and both sisters had the same idea. It took up gardening. Both cultivated sunflowers, an improbable crop for this location, too improbable to be a coincidence. Maybe the sunflower had some special meaning for them. Or maybe when one sister saw her rival sowing the impossible seeds, she knew at once she couldn't bear to be outdone. Which sister had the greener thumb, we'll never know. Stalks tangled, the roots knotted, and the seeds mixed. Those gangly sunflowers merged the two lots into one undifferentiated field. Two sisters moved out, probably around the time the moths started showing up. Of course, there was no selling the lots then, overgrown and bug-chewed as they are. In fact, if those sisters ever tried to sell, they'd be in for a rude shock. Not long ago, a property tax clerk, having seen the two adjoining lots registered to the same last name, presumed they belonged to the same owner and erased the legal border between them. Lewis, I'm gonna let you choose this one. Valkyrie and Blue lounge below deck. Clara, Kate, and I stopped to do some business by telephone. Dogs. Valkyrie and Blue lounge below deck. While those two gentle beasts kept things under control aboard the Monkey Mammoth, I went ashore with the rest of the crew to make use of a public telephone. I called into my answering machine, which I routinely neglect for intervals of months to chip away at the pile. Kate checked in on a client of hers. She's a birth doula, in addition to being a tugboat captain. Did you know that? Clara talked to her sister in Lithuania. Illness in the family, I gather. Anyway, the evening hit a low point not much later on, so let's take a quiet moment here to listen to the river and reflect on the unburdened sleep of dogs. So it seems like you can skip the story beats by choosing the first option, or do the second option to do story beats. So Ezra taught us a card game would probably be skipping this part and doing this would... Okay. So the cool thing is I'm about to find out who the I is in this. Rodvansky Center. I can't figure out who the I is. Might be Junebug? Good morning. My bag isn't feeling well. Long night. Poor kitty. What are you watching? Security tape from last night. Daryl left the lights on again. Should we slash his tires? I'll leave a stern note on his desk. Spare the rod. What are we doing today? Right, this is weird. You know the old vending machine? The one that only has tomato juice? No. The old one they stopped refilling. Remember? We rolled it out onto the dock last August and some scavengers stripped it for metal in the middle of the night. Daryl cut his hand cleaning up after them and it got infected, remember? No. Okay, anyway, the rest of it ended up in the coat room until finally Daryl was piling it to a big bag for the trash barge to pick up, and he came across this box lost behind all the junk. Check it out. This looks old. Yeah, there's a bunch of videotapes and completed questionnaires. I looked up the reference number and it's never been processed, so I guess that's what we're doing today. There's no date on it. We'll just have to make one up, unless there's some footage of a calendar or something in here. Guess these are the old tests before we started doing the video exit interviews. That's annoying. I'm gonna lean back a bit. I'm gonna bring this out as much as I can. Just get comfortable. Okay. A little more. Trying to think how I can get this close to my mouth. Oh, I could probably just do this. This might get a little loud, I'm sorry. Hey, there we go. I'll have to come up a little bit. Get comfy as this is going to be a long stream, you know? Yeah, let's see. How do we do this? I'll run the tape, you interpret the questionnaire, and I'll type it up. Oh, fuck. Modernist bookshelf with the fancy vintage turntable. So ostentatious, so Daryl. What? That was my bookshelf. Oh no! But you, like, grew out of it or something, right? It ended up in the lab somehow. Keep my books in a pile now. It's easier to find what I'm looking for. Never... What shelf is that book on? Only, well, it's somewhere in the pile. Pragmatic. Well, I haven't seen that poster in a while. I think that was mine from college. Yeah, definitely. All right, Daryl swapped out in a redesign. Now it's... What's there now? Yeah, it's... That's weird. I can't picture it. I mean, I can picture the wall. It's definitely something hung there. It's gonna bug me. Want me to go look? It's just down the hall. No, it's okay. There should be some basic information in the first control test. Subject's general disposition. Question, why are you here? It's a scheduled ferry stop, not my final destination. Homesick. Demographic category. What's the first thing you remember? Spilled orange juice. Do you think we should use the old categories or the new categories? Oh, right. Computer even still take the old ones? They're still in the menu. Okay, in that case, put in precarious. Sure. Oh, I forgot. Name? It says Marquez on the file. Whoa, Marquez? Are you sure? That's what it says. Do you know her? That can't be. No, that's not her. Did she come alone or with a group? Do that too. There we go. Now it's super close. And actually lift it up a bit. There we go. I don't know. There's an extended monitoring tape here too. Could check on the deck when she showed up. No, definitely not. Oh, she's traveling with one of those creepy distillery guys. Him? Nah, he just looks like some old drifter. Maybe you're right. It's hard to tell in this light. Oh, it's... Wait, who is that? The guy in the hoodie? What? I've never seen him before. Really? He looks so damn familiar. I thought maybe he was a former intern or something. He's a little old for that, right? No, I don't recognize him. Sorry. You're all deja vu this morning. It's spooky. So the dialogue in the thing is Will, I think. One of those days, I guess. I guess the old man is on dinghy guard duty. A noble assignment. So who was this lady? Oh, right. Well, do you remember WEVP-TV? No. Okay. It was a community television station. The Consolidated Power Company had to fund it as, like, a punishment for owing too much of the broadcast spectrum or something. Oh, they used to screen your videos, right? Yeah, it was like a co-op. Did some maintenance and they gave me a slot to show my work. And they had that naked banjo guy late at night. Something's gonna happen to Conway here, isn't it? It's mainly what everyone remembers. Guess the whole mandate was community expression. It was certainly expressive. Oh wait, was WEVP the one that... Flood, right? Yeah. Damn. So Shannon Marquez. She have a naked banjo show too? What? No. Let me guess. Which of the following sentences best describes you? I'm haunted, unable to forget. She had an exercise show? No, I've never heard of Shannon Marquez. So Weaver Marquez I knew. She worked at the station for a bit, and then she left on kind of weird terms, actually. Where were we? Okay, how do we rank her from the control test? Without turning around to look, please describe the following objects. Bookshelf. Has 5 shelves. Shaped like a transformer coil. It reminds me of a department store. Poster. I remember it was scientific. I have a poster in my workshop, a chart of resistor values. Lighting. Kind of dim. Average, I guess. Average, okay. Yeah, I was right, 5 shelves. Haha! Okay. Apple and a pear, huh? How many pictures did she remember? Looks like strawberry, pear, apple, and orange. 2, or... Actually, maybe 3. What? She wrote down orange, strawberry, guava. Guava? I think she meant the pear, see? That's why I hate this test. There's so much fruit that basically looks like other fruit. A guava! Guava. Does a guava even look like a pear, though? I don't think I've ever seen a guava. I thought they were pink. They're just pink on the inside. You wouldn't confuse a real guava for a real pear. One of Daryl's crude watercolors. You can still clearly tell that's a pear, even on video. You and I can, but we already know it's a pear. She could be remembering wrong, or just identifying what to her. It's a much more likely fruit to appear in a painting based on any number of cultural, social, geographic, you know. She didn't say anything in her response to help clarify? Let's see. Please describe in detail any sensations that accompany your memory of the pictures. I remember the way the fruit tastes. My mother gave me some mushed up guava once to cure toothache. Not really, just some sensory memories of guava. Guess we should just skip the pictures. That's a shame. It's really hard to measure memory degradation in some of the later tests. Without this one as a baseline location updating scenario. Just been saying we should use photographs. Watercolor paintings already have the quality of a half-remembered dream. Anyway, like they're inviting you to forget them, or somebody else already forgot them for you. Like a mama bird feeding her chicks cotton candy. Photographs are, it's not just that they're really more accurate or true, but we think they are. They put you in that mindset. They have authority. So yeah, out with the watercolors, I say. Then poor Daryl wouldn't have nowhere to exhibit his work. Shouldn't make some noise. Jen, I miss that kitty. Yeah, what became of the white one? Her name was Coconut. She disappeared without a trace. Easy come, easy go? Wouldn't say easy. I had to leave food on the dock for a week before she'd come inside. She only stuck around for a month or two. Probably saw quite a lot of her. I remember you were working nights then. She was a nocturnal creature. That's right, I remember. A cat that doesn't know you wouldn't let you get that close. Depends on the cat? Okay. I remember one time trying to get a stray to come in for the winter, and just like it was impossible. That's why I'm kind of like that. It's like cats don't let you get close to them. I don't remember this test. Oh, did we cut this one? What's the questionnaire like? No, this is just sometimes if I can't make it in for a few days, I might leave a note, defeat the cats. For the test subjects? Wow. How do you know they'll do it? I'll write it on university letterhead. Jen, that's unethical. At least I don't use university property and research equipment to make weird video art. Very well, then I contradict myself. I wonder which is the nobler transgression. I'll settle that question. It's nobler to feed kitties. Okay, this is before the CD players. I hope she remembered to rewind. They never did, and Daryl would be in all night, rolling all these tapes back one by one in his little Walkman. He still has that thing. He says he uses it at the gym, but I think he's just too attached to his old mixtapes. He is so sentimental, our Daryl. These tapes had sounds from my apartment building. Did you know that? Oh, I thought it was stock sound effects from the library. Yeah, CDs are, but when it was on tape, Daryl had me borrow a tape recorder from the music department and go collect them myself. He showed me a first draft of the questionnaire. I think some of them are still in there, like, what were you thinking about immediately before listening to the tape? I was thinking about my friend. After the tape ended, how quickly did your thoughts return to that subject? I never really stopped thinking about it. Right, I don't really get the point of that question. I think it's just there to set a baseline for the introspection index. So all the doors opening and closing, those are all from your apartment? Most of them, yeah. Others were from the basement. We have these rows of storage closets down there. None of them are locked or anything. Just like this weird row of doors. Not even marked or differentiated. You have to keep count as you go. Remember which one is yours. Mine is number 8. I went down there a little tipsy once. Sunday cleaning, you know, a few glasses of wine. Anyway, I accidentally opened number 9. It was full of mice. Like, for a computer, I mean. They're all neatly arranged on shelves, organized by inscrutable quality, cables tied with Velcro. A neighborhood mouse hoarder. A collector, I think. I guess he lived next door. Told Daryl we should ask I told Daryl we should add a question, something like, while listening to the tape recording to some doors opening, if at any point any expectation or visualization about what may be on the other side of one of these doors, please write it down. The last door, I think it sounded like a kitchen door. Just curious, I guess, since it was from my building. Like, I have a strong sense of where those doors lead just by hearing them. But is that just from my memory, or is it inherent to the sound somewhere? Interesting. You should write a grant proposal. Oh, I wouldn't want to step on any toes. You know, university politics. Oh, here's another extended monitoring tape from the waiting room. Busy night. There he is again, sleeping. Where do I know him from? It's gonna drive me up the wall. Does he work at the university? Oh, that sounds familiar. Yeah, I think he might have worked there a long time ago. Maybe when I was an undergrad. Ah, Paleolithic. I think he looked a bit rugged. That's right, Jen. I went to college during the Stone Age. What was your major? Fire. I don't think he was a professor. Maybe staff? It's been so long. Sometimes I wish I'd just barreled through, like you did, instead of taking time off before grad school. Sure, it was the right thing to do at the time. Yeah. Or the only thing. I was such a mess. Did I ever tell you about that? My boyfriend died suddenly. My last year of college. Oh, poor thing. It's okay. It was a long time ago, but yeah, it really shook me up back then. He was studying aviation. We were both really into experimental music. We took a few art classes together. It's so sad, but it... Sorry, never mind. No, it's okay. That's the thing, actually. I mean, that's what shook me up about it. Just this random accident that never should have happened, and so sudden that you could have never seen it coming. He's back home visiting his parents, and he fell off a roof. Mimi knew Conway and Lizette's kid. Huh. I know what you mean. You can't predict that kind of... What do you call it? Freak accident kind of thing. My psychiatrist says that's why I'm such a pessimist. Well, I think you're remarkably upbeat, all things considered. I mean, you know, the thing with your boyfriend and the roof, but also what happened to the TV station. Acts of God. You think? No, I mean, that's what you call it. That's what you say when it's nobody's fault. I don't think I believe in that. What? Acts of God. Has to be a word for when something completely shitty happens for no reason, right? Guess it's kind of archaic. Jen flips through the questionnaire. First, please use the blank space below to describe your general feelings about television. If you have difficulties summarizing your emotions consistently or have too many different feelings to fit in a blank space, you may also use the back of this paper. have mixed feelings about television. You're asked to watch several videos. How many of the videos did you watch? All of them. Speaking of the TV station, you were saying something earlier about that other Marquez girl. Oh, right. I was talking about Weaver. Yeah, what exactly happened with her? You said she left on weird terms? Yes, well, so actually she just stopped showing up. That was pretty normal. It was all volunteers, right? Community television. Yeah, people didn't really give much advance notice. They just got bored and drifted away. It's more like an art project than a job for most people. Weaver and Marquez helped manage the archives, like filing and sorting old tapes of broadcasts. I think she was pretty smart. She probably could have been more help fixing equipment or something. She seemed content just to organize tapes. Nobody ever talked to her much, so when she left, no big deal. But then, a couple of months later, we started getting these bizarre interventions. If somebody, I'm saying this right now, if somebody on their first playthrough missed this section, I would feel completely bad for them. Because this is putting together a lot about this story for me. It is doing a lot of lifting here. The camera focused on the table, passed through a doorway, then focused on another table. Each object present on the first table is also present on the second table. Like, right now, what my brain is doing is it's like, okay, this is a story about two people, mainly, who have suffered large and sudden trauma, meeting each other, and the ways that they cope and deal with that trauma is the gist. Because Shannon and Conway are dealing with it in completely different ways. Conway dealing with it in a way that he's completely losing himself. That's why more and more of his body is turning into a skeleton. We can talk about this more near the end, but that's what I'm getting right now. I like this response. The picture is too blurry to make anything out. You should have these VCRs professionally cleaned. I'm writing my number on the back of the page. Someone would be doing a show in their normal time slot, and then suddenly the feed would cut. We'd still be broadcasting, but our signal was totally jammed. Oh, like interference? I mean, total blackout. Then this video would come on. Clearly shot in our studio at some point. It was her, Weaver Marquez. She'd be standing in the middle of the studio facing the camera. Once again, if someone missed this, I would feel very bad for them. Video began in one room and passed through a doorway into another room. In each room, a piece of music was playing. Was it the same piece of music in both rooms? They were different. Optimistic. Pessimistic. It's a bit fuzzy in my memory, but I do remember the sound, this awful hum. Like that was how she did it. She made a hum so sinister it drove our signal into hiding. Okay, so I can do every single one. I don't know why it wasn't letting me go over here. At the beginning of the video, you are asked to make note of a memory from earlier in the day and associate it with one of the objects on the table on the screen. Which of the objects did you choose? The folded map. Was this object present on the second on-screen table after camera passed through the doorway? Not the same one, but another one sort of like it. Then there was these on-screen captions, exactly the same every time. I don't remember what they said. Something creepy. You were asked to make note of a fond memory from childhood and associate it with one of the objects on the table on the screen. Which object did you choose? The feather. This object present on the second on-screen table after the camera passed through the doorway. I forget. I don't think so. We had a title maker at the station, but it was a different font. Guess she recorded it at WAVP and then took it somewhere else to add the captions? I don't know. We all did a lot of speculating about how she made the video. Why she made the video. Why not just broadcast it normally? It was community television, right? Couldn't be any worse than the naked banjo guy. Yeah, exactly. Some people thought it was a protest or something, but I know she didn't have anything against the station. To me, it felt kind of urgent. Like she would have done her broadcast through the proper channels, but something came up. Crisis or something. Last two. Video began with footage of the outside of a building and then entered the building. Was it day or night outside the building? It was day. The camera exited the building again. Was it day or night outside the building? It was night. How often did it happen? A lot. Dozens of times. It went on for years. We even thought about asking the police to look into it, but it's so hard to locate a pirate signal. I mean, it could come from any direction, you know? It's all just... Exactly. Waves. I was like, why is there no text here? And there it is. The camera passed through several doors with inscribed labels. Please write down the sounds you heard as the video passed through the doors with the following inscriptions. Travel. Footsteps. Nourishment. Sleep. Music. Weaver's video showed up again right before the flood. Actually, I think it might have been the last thing we ever broadcast. This might not be a story about trauma. It might be just a story about loss. Okay, location update and effect on emotional memory. And not the meme. These results are kind of confusing, actually. She's either very confused or not taking it seriously. This test reminds me of one of your videos, made me distracted but kind of confused. A portrait of sorrow. So, was not yet adjusted for time of day or weather, so it'll need to be thrown out. That's all needs saying, I think. Yeah, it's taking a while. Daryl will be heartbroken if this is the only box we get through today. Poor thing. It's like a paper butterfly. I would say a moth. Oh, look, can you read the date? Damn, I can't read it either. May not have even been current. I remember for a while we had the calendar up that was like years behind. I think Daryl liked the picture. What was it? Best friends. Every month there was a different pair of animals that were friends. I'd keep that calendar up. That's adorable. I think I'm gonna be sick. You don't remember that? That weird intern brought it in from home. What was his name? Who? Oh, you remember. He was always like... I mean, we would make fun of him for... Damn, he's almost completely gone from my brain. So many interns coming and going that I guess I didn't even bother remembering their names. Wonder who was working back when this was recorded. Is there a tape of the monitoring room? Yeah, here it is. Oh, before we check that out. She flipped the calendar forward or backwards? Backward. Oh, weird. They usually flip it forward. Kitty. That's a kid. There she goes. Wait, do you think... Did she follow them out? Oh, well. Here's the last extended monitoring tape from the dock when they left. See, told you he was one of those distillery guys. I guess you were right. These other guys came to pick him up for work, maybe? I don't like how they all hang out together. It's creepy. We hang out together and work together. Yeah, but it's not... They're like more than co-workers. I don't know. I just get this awful feeling whenever I see them. Like I knew them once, but not anymore. Like when they make up a dead person to look like an old photograph of themselves. Sort of familiar, sort of strange. Yeah, exactly. There ought to be a word for that. They're gone. Bye, kitty. They look like nice enough people. I'm sure she's very happy with them. Yeah. So, this has been a bit of a memory trip for you, huh? Bet you didn't expect these old tapes to stir up so much. How does it feel for these people to come up again? I'm lowering this back down and getting back comfy. Weaver, Marquez, and Wisewell. I mean... And what was your boyfriend's name? The one who died in college. Charlie. Yeah, it's kind of a bittersweet experience, actually. Like looking at photographs of people who died or moved away. People that are gone. Gone, but not forgotten. No, not forgotten. You're right. Look at those easels and tables on the beach over there. They call it an open-air gallery, or probably something more upscale like Alfresco Galleria. They say it's a popular design in foreign cities like Paris and New York. That may be true. The appeal is clear enough, I guess. Anyone can wander in and out. There aren't any walls or doors. There's no roof either. Just a kind of thin cloth membrane. Not quite a sheet or a tarp, but more like a drape of rolled out spiderweb. Looking like it might bunch up and dissolve if it ever got rained on. No concern down here for rain. Everybody thinks they're inside. Just because they can't see the sky, but it's a microclimate down here, and it surely does rain. Right now, they're exhibiting some intimate photographs of small town life. There's one of a small girl playing in a puddle. She's got her back to the camera, and she's fussing with something, looking at her hands. Maybe she's stuffing a message in a bottle, or folding a paper boat. Reviews have been good. It's a popular show, probably because of its relevance. The town depicted in these photos was very recently flattened to make way for a big museum project. Oh, that's a mood. Oh, that's a mood. Ezra helped Kate forage for mushrooms. A grove. Okay. Wait, what? Oh. Pleurosobella porogens. The common name is angel's wings. Isn't it pleasant? They have a delicate, springy texture, and they're tasty like sweet moss. Would you like a bite? Sweet moss doesn't sound very tasty to me. Personally, I like to be able to tell where my food came from by flavor alone. I like to taste my surroundings, keeps me connected to the whole thing. My mushroom hunting mentor told me it's useless to pretend to know mushrooms. Escape your erudition. The more you know them, the less sure you feel about identify them. Taps the cover of the small white book she's carrying. That's why I always bring my favorite guidebook. Here's an important one to recognize, though. Look, see this sort of greenish pallor of that cap? Amanita phalloides. That's Greek. Amanita means mushroom, and phalloides means you know. It smells like honey. Yeah, sort of nauseating, though, right? Sickly sweet. Death cap, that's the common name. It's killed a lot of people, this little mushroom, including a few Roman emperors. It's a revolutionary. Even the Buddha died from eating a mushroom when he was very old. That's just what they do. Clear away old things, make room for new things. Pretty important, right? Always thought they deserved a little more respect. Would you like to help me look for a few more? I have a sort of shopping list. Great. Look for. Just grab any mushrooms that catch your eye and throw them in this bag. Let me know when you're done. We'll see what you've got. Have fun. That's the second rule of mushroom hunting. The first rule is ask Kate before eating anything, okay? Okay. Kate kneels in the grass. Kate digs in a bare patch of dirt. Kate examines some tree roots. Tree roots. The hot dog vendor tried to strike up a conversation with some immediately too personal questions. She decided to give him benefit of a doubt. Maybe he considered it part of his job, she thought, to offer his customers some kind of counsel. Maybe it was to salve his guilty conscience for selling junk food outside of a hospital. He didn't like the play in the house. It was always too... Oh, this is gonna fuck me up. He didn't like the play in the house. It was always too cold. It seemed to store up the cold at night and slowly discharge it into his bones during the day, while the sun bounced feebly off the windows. But he liked to play in the woods behind the house. The woods were full of deer. His dad said the deer liked best to live on the edges of forests. Recent development in the area had created a lot of fresh edges, so they massed here and sometimes ran into the road. Glowing amber caps. He felt like the world outside the woods had somehow slipped away while he was gone, and now there was nothing but the woods. He kept going. Had she ever tried any alternative medicines, acupuncture, homeopathy, Ayurveda, magical thinking? She said she never heard of any of those things. He fished a stray hot dog out of the pickle jar. He didn't have any friends nearby. None of their new neighbors seemed to have children his age, so he played alone in the woods, alone. Except for the deer. He saw strange lights in the trees, flickering purple. He kept going. He tripped on a protruding root and lay for a while in the mud, examining the pale upper branches of the sycamore tree, listening to the soft rumble of a faraway thunderstorm, then louder, closer, and his hair stood on end. And there was the bird. Ezra's a runaway. Oh. Is this a caterpillar? Oh, I see. Did you get a look at this black thread coming out of its head? That's actually a fungus. It grows in the caterpillar, eats it from the inside out. Even changes its behavior a bit. They kill for these in Tibet. I don't have much use for them in my line of work, though. A blue puffball. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen this exact species before. This one's too old to be of any use anyway. Puffballs get all dried out like this as they age, until they're so delicate that it only takes the slightest agitation. And the wind does the rest. See? Its weakness as a survival strategy. Kind of radical, transformative weakness. Here's my haul. This one I can't really use, but I picked it out just to show it to you. It looks a lot like a very popular eating mushroom around these parts called a morel. But it's not a morel. The This is the easiest way to tell them apart. The real moral is empty. This one, the false moral, is actually kind of poisonous. Forgot what its effects are exactly. Here, let's check the Vermeulen book. Here it is. Symptoms include wanting to fight, demanding answers, dryness of eyes, nose, and lips, restless sleep. That just sounds like me. Dreams of flood of rolling stones, accidents, people transforming into owls, vampires, rockets, and traveling to stars. And now we're very far off. Huh, that doesn't sound so bad, actually. These ones are really cool. See how they kind of glow a little? It's not enough to find your way in the dark or anything, but they're still pretty amazing. Anyway, I make tea out of them. Pretty good for headaches. So, what do your parents do for work, I mean? My dad used to sell windows. People were building a lot of new houses and they needed a lot of windows, but then they stopped building houses. Mood. This isn't even a cave, it's a grove, Lewis. A big open grove. My mom worked at a bakery and a bar. Sometimes she would see the same people in the morning and the evening. The bakery closed and she doesn't work at the bar anymore. She still goes there a lot to see her friends. Do you have a family? I left home when I was very young, not much older than you, actually. Years later, my mother got sick and I tried to visit her, but it was too late. She was spaced out on fevers and morphine. I've basically been on my own since then. Well, that's not really true. Just about everyone who sets aboard the Mucky Mammoth feels like family to me now. Guess if nobody's family, then everybody's family. Oh, it is a cave. I'm sorry, Lewis. It's a cave grove. What's this island for? It looks like someone made it on purpose. Oh my god. Oh right, it's kind of a nice, simple shape, pleasantly minimal island geometry. Months later, she came across a book on homeopathic medicine in a used bookstore and bought it. I'm raising this back up a little. So I'm sitting up now, because we're getting some really interesting stuff. She thought it was mostly bullshit, but found the author's notes on the unpredictability of mushrooms immediately compelling. Spiritual, even. She started collecting mushrooms on hikes. Never eating them, just collecting. Identifying and discarding. Eventually, she connected with the Lexington Mycological Society. Began to study in earnest the medicinal uses of the fungi. Sure, it could be natural, though. I mean, I don't know if the island itself is man-made or not, but I guess I don't know much about this place, really. It's supposed to be some kind of memorial to something? Will would know more. Sorry, it's a mystery. It's a mystery! I'll search for clues. She put out her cigarette, said goodbye to the hot dog vendor, and spent the rest of the afternoon listening to doctors and trying to understand the world as they did, as a list of discrete injuries to be mended. All right, what have you got? The branches on the tree are trimmed. Oh, good observation. So I guess somebody's still taking care of this place, or just practicing their tree trimming somewhere out of the way. There's a pole in the ground over here. It's all scratched up. Oh yeah, I bet people tie their boats there. Maybe somebody who takes care of the trees. Could be. or other travelers and mushroom hunters like us. Well, Ezra, I can't say I know what that all adds up to. Like I said, I wish Will were here. He'd have some local history for us. We can ask him back on the boat. Ah, there it is, the Iron Pariah. Don't worry, it's just passing by. I don't know much about it firsthand, but I've heard things. Ezra's parents shook him awake. They seemed alarmed. That's a lot of cats! They seemed alarmed but not immediately concerned. They led him back to the house, past the house, into the car. Dad said they were going to stay at the bus station for a while, the one with the little arcade, with the card game he liked. Dad watched him closely in the rearview mirror, expecting Ezra to be excited or confused or scared. But he didn't feel anything, he hardly seemed to hear. In fact, he felt like he was observing the family car from a distance, from far above, from the clouds. Someone told me she got close to it by accident and heard a strange wailing sound. She was a passenger on the Mammoth. She said she'd been out fishing on a rowboat, got swept up by a current near the cluttered place. Before she knew it, the Iron Pariah was upon her, unimaginably massive, up close but eerily silent. The only sounds, she said, were the lapping of the lake water against its iron hull and a faint sort of, well, she said a chorus of mews. I'll be damned if I know what that sounds like. Never gotten close enough to ship myself. I mean, there must be something up there. Life is everywhere. Rats, insects, some kind of hardy mold. Part of it could be flooded and host to some of the eyeless fish that live in the Echo. Hey, maybe there are some mushrooms growing in there, slowly consuming military rations from over 100 years ago. More mysteries. They do pile up over time as people forget the details. Thanks for taking me mushroom picking. Mushroom hunting. You can pick apples because they're right out there in the open. Mushrooms hide. You have to hunt for them. It's time to go. See that rough circle of rocky protrusions near the shore? It's more intricate than it looks. More than 2/3 of it is actually underwater. I haven't seen it myself, but listen to this. It's man-made and the rocks weren't placed according to their size, so what's visible is a more or less uniformly random selection of the overall shape. Looks like it might be a spiral, all told, or maybe some kind of meditative labyrinth. At the head of it is a petrified oak stump. That was moved here from above the ground, of course, decades ago. That's where the ceremony took place. The Loch Lucks were married here. Many frail-tongued observers said they should just go with Loch or Luck. Split the difference with look or even lick. Really anything else, but it was never going to happen. Billy Luck and W.H. Locke met in line at the DMV. Their driver's license photographs were mixed up by the clerk, a mistake they discovered immediately but never corrected. Their engagement was welcome news for the family businesses, who had been looking for some opportunity to merge interests. The Locks ran a busy printing press, and the Lucks were the story behind Premium Rush. Just kidding. A fleet of bicycle couriers. The natural next step was to start a local paper, what would become the Echo River Evening Record. The ceremony itself was humble and perfunctory, and it must have somehow involved these rocks. Must have also involved the petrified stump. Neither family is particularly religious, but rumors persist that the efficient or robe. Okay, what's this tree area? Shannon and her friends set out in a dinghy to deliver a package at the telephone exchange. Thanks again for your help. This is as far as the tugboat can go, you know. Noise and lights disturb the bats. I usually send Will, but he's up to his elbows in mammoth grease right now. So you'll pass through the bat sanctuary, which is really nice, by the way. Be sure to check out all the plaques and stuff for cool bat facts. Plenty of time. Anyway, the Echo River Central Exchange, or excuse me, Consolidated Auxiliary Switch number 30. They changed the name when the power company took over. Anyway, it's just on the other side of the Bat Sanctuary. This package is going to Poppy. She's an operator. The operator. Meet you on the other side at Salmonitis for a scheduled early breakfast stop. Just follow the river, can't miss it. Oh, I almost forgot. You may or may not be interested. There's this kind of weird memorial sculpture on your way in, just before the Bat Sanctuary. I always recommend people at least stop and take a look at it. It's really sort of, I don't know how to say it. You should check it out. Okay. Bye. How do I go forward? We claim these helmets in the names of the folks who wore them, and we place them here in their memory, but also as a spit in the greedy green eye of the power company who bought up our old mine and trained our brothers and sisters' safety for a little more yield. Only yielded 28 good men and women dead when their walls collapsed and the tunnels filled with water. Their lungs were black, but now they're washed clean and full of water too, and swept through the hidden tunnels into some awful cave we'll never find. So we guess the water buried them for us, so let this be the marker for their grave. Any son of a bitch from that power company wants to take back these helmets as company property, just you try it and see what will happen. Hey, Elkhorn. That's the mine we melt in. Ugh, that's the mine we met in. Where your folks, worked. Looks like it's been here a while. I sure as hell wouldn't mess with it. You think whoever wrote it is still that angry? I don't think... I love a spite memorial, it's great. I don't think you ever forget anger like that. No. Guess you probably don't. This probably stirs up. I mean, how do you... Brings back some anger for me too. Yeah, it's understandable. Guess that's what a memorial should do, huh? Help you hang on to your feelings. Otherwise, they fade away. It's just what time does. Oh no. What? You're looking at me like I'm crazy. Just sometimes I forget I don't even really know you that well. Yeah, well, that makes two of us. No, those guys from the distillery are just making the best of a bad situation. Just like the rest of us. Hey, one of them said to me earlier that they could even help me take care of these medical bills for my leg. You know, get it all together on a plan. Consolidated. What? Wait, when did you talk to them about that? Oh, they're around. They're pretty much everywhere you look on this river. Really haven't noticed? Anyway, I have a feeling it'll all work out. Even for me? Hey, why not? Seems like we're getting pretty close to finding your cousin, right? And besides that, you're young and smart. Plenty of time to bounce back from whatever. Listen, that old truck I've been driving belonged to my boss, Ira. Lizette's husband. To be honest, Ira didn't like me very much, but somehow this guy had into her mind that he would have wanted me to have that truck someday. Maybe to make up for all the yelling he did, or maybe so his ghost could hold it over me. Just one more thing to feel like I owed him for. Anyway, they got their own trucks at the distillery, and now that the antique shop is closing up, got no use for that old truck. I was thinking you could take it. It's very generous, but I don't need a truck. You could drive it around while you figure out what's next. Hell, you could sleep in it if you need to. It's big enough. I'll just think about it anyway. You'd be doing me a favor, you know? One less thing to deal with. A skeleton crew. Oh my god! No, that's what it is, isn't it? Fuck. They only work at night? They try not to work into the day. They only work at night. They're all skeletons. It's a skeleton crew. God damn it. Visitors to the Echo River, Kentuckiana River Bat Artificial Hibernaculum and Sanctuary are asked to take extra precautions in order to prevent the introduction of foreign fungal contaminants and the spread of white nose syndrome. Please do not visit the sanctuary during the same day in which you've visited any cave known or suspected to host bats infected with white nose syndrome. Please do not leave your vehicle. If you must leave your vehicle, please remove shoes, clothes, jewelry, headwear, and eyeglasses to ensure you do not bring any foreign spores ashore with you. Do not touch any bats or structure. Kentuckiana River bats confused by light. If you're using a lantern or artificial light source, be aware that it may attract and confuse bats. If you're approached by bats, do not panic, relax, stop your vehicle, switch off your light. Never touch a bat. Okay, I get what's happening here. Okay, I'm gonna lift this up so I can properly watch for bats. Ooh. Ever talk with your mouth full? Bats do it all the time. Bats talk in extremely high frequency clicks, too high for humans to hear. Then they use their powerful ears to scan for the echoes of these ultrasonic clicks. By comparing very subtle differences in the time these echoes take to come back, differences of just millionths of a second, bats are able to picture their environment with enough accuracy to catch a flying insect. Once a bat has caught an insect in its mouth, it's still flying, and so it still needs to avoid running into anything, so bats keep clicking away, even while they munch on a tasty bug snack. Maybe poor table manners, but it's crucial for surviving in the dark. Wonder how the other bats know whether one of them is really talking or just chasing a bug. Sometimes it's hard to know with people too. Oh yeah, like, how about this weather? Guess there are layers to it, right? Sometimes you need to get the other person talking so you can check their body language, hear what their voice sounds like, find out if they're friendly or angry or drunk. Bug snacks. Damn, it's really dark down here. Are you still there? Shannon touches Conway's shoulder. Oh, there you are. I hope that's you. Just thinking about my ma. Guess because we were talking about your folks a minute ago. To be honest with you, I don't think about her that often. Your cousin brought her up earlier, and she's just been on my mind. It's good your folks have a memorial. A lot of people. Nobody remembers them when they're gone. Damn, Shannon. I'm going with the hard one. Like you? Yeah, I guess so. I'm not the kind of guy you build a memorial for. The Kentuckiana river bat's natural diet consists mostly of moths and other small insects that breed along the river. Here at the artificial hibernaculum and sanctuary, we use a combination of chemical snares and ultrasonic wars to repel all potentially contaminant-bearing insects. Replace them with their own locally bred and spawned hypoallergenic antiseptic pseudomoths, which we call the little gray nothing moth. You may be thinking that the other moths and insects the Kentuckiana river bat would have been eating, very much relieved that their natural predator has found another food source. Not so. We've installed netting and highly effective moth traps along the river where the Kentuckiana river bat normally hunts to balance their escape from the food chain. Eating moths isn't the only systemic contribution that these bats make. They also produce a potent fertilizer in the form of guano that helps plant life thrive along the Echo River, the shore of Lake Leth. In order to minimize the sanctuary's impact on subterranean agriculture, we collect that precious guano here at the hibernaculum and manually distribute it throughout the caves. It's a full-time job. Sounds like a lot of work. I wonder how the bats would feel about their guano being taken like that. Maybe it's better they don't know, like bat plumbing. I mean, I never think about where it goes, do you? Kind of bothers me, like they're tricking the bats. Yeah. In this case, I think it's about survival. I mean, if that's the bottom line, what's the difference? Like the folks in the mine, you said they used to buy stuff, fans, canaries, all those little trinkets to make it bearable. There's still a lot of stuff down there. Feels cluttered, but human. I just mean, all people need is enough to pretend we're home and we can make it anywhere. You kind of get philosophical when you're drinking. Did anyone ever tell you that? Yeah, I guess I do. Nah, this is nothing. I used to have this drinking buddy who would get loaded. Tell the weirdest damn riddles, like, which is more musical? A truck passing by a factory or a truck passing by a music school? Huh. Count your blessings. Better hang on a minute. Feels like there's this one kind of hovering right over me. They don't really hover though, do they? I mean, how could they? I guess a hummingbird will hover by beating its wings really fast. Maybe they can do that too. I used to watch hummingbirds in the afternoon at the kitchen window. Zach's kid Charlie, he loved them, you know. He studied aviation. He set up a bunch of hummingbird feeders that last summer he was home. Big sugar water buffet. Those dumb birds didn't find it until he was gone. Anyway, me and Liz, sometime we try to see one of them up close. You get up to the window, I have to stand totally still for a while, like one of those wax sculptures. You don't even have to move your eyes, like this. Oh, you can't see me. I was doing the watching hummingbirds close-up face. Feels like we're talking on the phone or something. Hey, who were you talking to earlier when we met in the mine? You're on the phone with someone. I forgot about that. Just a friend. Alejandro. She has kids now, so we don't talk as much. I was just venting on the phone about my landlord situation. She was very patient, but I could tell she had no idea what I was talking about. I actually hate talking on the phone. Yeah, I try not to use it. I like to see someone's hands when they talk. Most people never learn how to lie with their hands, so anything you see there can pretty much take for the truth. Lizette's sick. I mean, she's old. We're both old. Hell, about the youngest person I know right now. Oh, and the kid. Maybe blue by people calendar. In dog years, though, I bet she has all of us beat. I'm too old too, sure. And I forget stuff all the time, especially if I had a few and my brain is swimming. But I mean, Liz, it's all going away. She's losing words you'd never think you'd lose. Not just like the street she grew up on, but the names of colors and types of furniture. Or I mean even the word furniture. She'd stay. We still got a few nice pieces in the, what's that I call the shed where we put the bigger pieces, the beds, the couches, and say, oh, Liz, why do you keep teasing me about the time I fell asleep in the furniture shed? It's so damn comfortable in there. I tried to help keep her some dignity, you know? It's all I had to offer at the end. She has a sister in Nashville who will take good care of her. Now that I'm not around the shop all the time, what was that old guy's name? He used to make deliveries for the shop. He smells like leather. I was always yelling at him, too drunk to work on the one day he could have been in the right place at the right time. You feel pretty badly about that accident. Do you think she blames you? No, but it's awful to say, but sometimes I kind of wish she would. That way, at least she could eventually forgive me. You know what I mean, right? I'm sure she'd forgive you. Okay, I think the bats are clearing out. White nose syndrome is still largely a mystery. We suspect that the white fungal growth which appears on bats' faces and wings irritates and confuses them, causing them to awaken early from hibernation and venture outside, depleting stored energy that they need to survive through winter. But biologists are nowhere near curing the disease. It spreads quickly and it is highly fatal. In this way, white nose syndrome is drawn some comparisons to colony collapse disorder. Disorder as suffered by bees. White nose syndrome and colony collapse disorder are sudden, violent, and mysterious. Will honeybees and the Kentuckiana river bat be two more lost species wiped out in a geological blink and forgotten to natural history? It's possible that a cure won't be identified in time, so the sanctity of this artificial hibernaculum is the best hope of preserving them. As you leave the Echo River Kentuckiana River Bat Hibernaculum and Sanctuary, please make sure your vehicle and clothing are free of hitchhikers. Central Exchange. Careful up there. Can't drive your new truck if you slip and break your legs. You too. Try not to make any more bad deals while I'm gone. I'll just be floating along down here. I mean, keep your eyes open. And don't look back. Oh, hi. I remember you. What are you doing down here? I'm just getting my boat back. I like dark underground places. I'm a romantic. Oh. I don't think I've ever actually seen a bat. Thinking about it. Like, I don't think I've ever seen one. What does that mean to you? It means like poems and rivers and mysteries. I'm going to send a quick blast out to, my Discord. Let everyone know that we're still going. Because we did start earlier, so I think a lot of people missed the alert. There we go. At my parents' place, you can sit in the garden in summer. See them flying in circles around the house. It's neat. That's cool. Around here, like, you can occasionally see like a rabbit or something. Mostly squirrels, but like sometimes you do get like a nice little rabbit, which is dope. Dashiul. Could be bypassed with another capacitor at 100 nanofarads to reduce noise. If your circuit's too noisy, you should tie these floating pins to the ground. Huh, that's a pretty good idea. They're probably picking up all kinds of radio interference. Dashiul Morse, pleased to meet you. We don't install this type of phone for customers anymore. There are quite a few of them still in circulation. Anyway, the new system doesn't source enough current to ring these old bills, so I'm trying to come up with a workaround. Maybe a little box the customer could attach right before the wall jack. I'm a bit of a circuit geek myself. A bit, I mean, you seem very comfortable with electronics. Is this your first time down here? Yeah, I can tell. Your eyes can't quite adjust to the light. Take some practice. Believe it or not, I've been coming here since I was a kid. For one reason or the next. Back then, this place was considered a train station. It's true. They had bats then too, but they were considered a nuisance. What did you come here for as a kid? Usually came here with my grandmother. Took the train out to the town she lived in, or in the other direction back to my parents' home. My memories, it was always cold. Winter, I guess. Sometimes now I walk along the tunnel, run my hand along these wet stone walls, close my eyes, ringing footsteps in the drip, drip, drip of the grimy stalactites. Well, the river shifted and this place slowly filled with water, carrying the trains away with the current. It does that, the river. I don't begrudge it. It's a good reminder that everything we have is borrowed. Even trains. Eventually, someone at the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces heard this place was still empty. So they moved the phone company in here. I returned here as a young lineman, a skill I picked up in wartime, running telephone wires behind enemy lines. We used trees instead of poles. I missed that, actually. They were easier to climb. It's just as well. I'm in no shape to be climbing anything these days. The closest I get is patching up the wiring in the crystal room for the WEVP folks. WEVP, that's community television. I volunteered there for a number of years. I know everybody over there. Ralph, Sherry, Weaver, Dave. Weaver Marquez? Sure, Weaver Marquez. That's funny. I was just thinking about her. Yeah, I met her a couple of times at the TV station. I suppose I didn't know her too well. She handled the archives and I was helping with wiring and stuff. She really seemed to know her way around all that gear, though. She had a head for signals, I think. Okay. No idea where she ended up. I would guess she's probably not too popular around the station anymore. But I always liked her. Listen, miss, if you're interested in WVP, you should go talk to him directly. They're always looking for volunteers. Take the ferry over to the silo. There's a mail stop there. They don't have a sign up for anything. Just ask around. Guess I'll get back to this damn old ringer. Poppy's just a little further down if you're dropping off that package. Nice chatting with you. Abel and Eloise, the lovers couriers, bred for racing. Abel and Eloise spent most of their lives as carrier pigeons in the employ of the Echo River Avian Post. They retired here after Abel was disfigured in an accident with a light aircraft, but old habits were hard to die. Abel and Eloise would pick up scraps of paper from the ground, the trash, even pull them out of pockets, and deliver them to other people nearby to delight or embarrassment. Word spread, and travelers passing through this tunnel began to come prepared with love letters, poems, and other written desires to pass along indirectly with these pigeons. After a hard day's work, Abel and Eloise would stand... my God. 3 hours of reading can do this to you. Abel and Eloise would always be found nestled closely together in a disused newspaper stand set aside for their habitation, and that's where we left them. Just set it right over there by the lamp, sweetie. Thank you. Actually, just a minute. Who's that parcel claim to be from? Laszlo Electronics. Oh, must be my new patch cables, and not a minute too soon. This one here is hanging on by a fiber. So who are you? Do you work for the post office or the tugboat? I only ask because I haven't seen you before. Is that you I heard chatting down the hall? Yeah, I just met Dashiell. He's been working on that obsolete ringer, hasn't he? Poor Dashiell. You know, he's not really... He was let go a while back. A long while, actually. When they started restructuring, he was one of the first to go. But he talked them into letting him come every day and fiddle with some interminable object. Interminable. English sucks. He says it's to keep a long gap from growing his resume, but I think he just has nothing better to do. One of those old men who needs to work, you know? Doesn't know how to be any other way. Well, there are no real jobs here, but there are fake jobs, I guess. Endless is easier to say, yeah. It wasn't always like this. Hey, Raffets. When I came to work at the Echo River Central Exchange, there were 12 of us. Loretta, Edna, Meg, Cara, Marie, Lois, Liz, Hester, Angie, Wilma, Connie. I was number 12. Connie and I were hired on the same day, but she showed up early. Marie finished college, and Hester was fired for snapping at a rude caller. He had it coming, and I hear she did just fine on her own. So they hired Beryl, Jana, and Sachiko, which brought us up to 13, and that was as many operators as we ever had here at one time. The power company came along, buying up all the lines, and one day they took the exchange as a throw-in, like it was nothing. Nothing. They started phasing us out. Edna, Meg, Cara, and Lois left one Friday evening, and were asked not to come back on Monday morning. Beryl saw the writing on the wall and quickly found employment at a private PBX. They had Jana and Liz stop routing calls and write up some kind of best practices document instead. It was their final task as exchange employees. Some of the girls were reassigned to other divisions. Connie, I think, was checking residential meters. Sachiko and Wilma were moved into energy sales, cold calling businesses to see if they were needed to upgrade their electricity plan. At least they're still on the phone. Then it was just Loretta, Angie, and me. We were swamped. The hours were hell, hard on the throat. The voice with a smile became a croak. I was gargling warm salt water in the break room, sipping from a thermos full of hot honey broth stashed under my chair. Oh, brought a lot of extended technique to a switchboard those days. Ooh. Sounded pretty good to me. He's got the voltage too high, he'll burn out the relay. So, where was I? Hot honey broth and warm salt water. Right. And a healthy dose of slippery elm. Got that one from Kate. So after a few months, it was just me. A new automation strategy was announced, and this place was rechristened Consolidated Auxiliary Switch number 30. If it's automated, what do you do here? It's not fully automated. There's still gaps in functionality that need a human touch. And you know, it really is all about touch here. Sound is a vibration, a touch you feel in your ear. So my voice is my touch. When we're talking, we're touching. Even on the phone. That's an electric touch. An intimate little shock that makes your tiny hairs tremble. It's not even what I mean when I say it's all about touch here. When the power company first tried automating this old exchange with fancy new transistor arrays, the switchboard caught fire. It was just too much, too fast. So they tried using some clunky old mechanical relays. But then the calls were getting mismatched now to sync. It was a nightmare. Their technicians determined that the phone system down here had been designed ad hoc over decades around the specific tempo of its human operators. So, short of replacing the whole thing, not to mention all the wiring, they'd have to work out the exact timing of every little human gesture that comes into routing a phone call. That officially is my role here. I run the switchboard for the whole exchange. Wants to work at 12. I'd like to remind you. They have some kind of little machine somewhere that tracks how long it takes for me to do each little thing. The caller never hears my voice now. They dial. A little indicator light switch on, and I make the connection. Do you miss talking to callers? You know, there's something that bothers me about the process, besides the fact that I'm training my replacement, who isn't even human. Here's what I mean. How long do you think it should take to time my every move and recreate that timing in an automated switchboard? Rough estimate. At least a month. That's what I said. This has been going on for over a year. And a very dark thought has started to nag at me. What if there's no cheap machine that's going to replace me? What if it's cheaper just to keep me here, filling in for the rhythm of the operation, or operators? What if I'm the cheap machine? Nice of you to notice. I mourn the Echo River Central Exchange, and I'll carry a torch for the voice with a smile. At least I'm keeping some part of it human, right? Even if it's not the best part. Oh, the parcel. Right over there by the lamp is fine. Thanks for dropping that off. Take care. Think of me when you dial 0. Okay. I'm gonna take a second. I'm gonna throw it to my BRB screen, just to stretch and get something to drink. We'll be back shortly. I'm gonna throw in some music. We're back, and please don't tell me I just, like, it's another case of, like, I just had to hold on for, like, 5 more minutes, and that's the end of the act. No, it's not. Okay. She returned on the dinghy. Alone. What? One sec. I'm gonna switch back. Is it still doing the thing? One sec, one sec. Test. It's fine on my end. It's something with OBS. Test 1, 2. How about that? Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna do some real hardcore stuff here. Sounds. Test. Do. Okay. Okay, it's at 48. I don't think I can change this while the stream's running. There's no mismatch. I wonder if it has something to do with captions. I'm gonna disable captions, see if that fixes it. Okay, captions. Okay, captions are disabled. Did that fix it? I did nothing except take a break. All I did was take a break. Test. Yeah, sorry, I don't care. I'm just gonna keep going. If I sound bad, I don't care. She returned on the dinghy alone. She had a strong and sudden urge to shut the motor off and let the current take her, but she couldn't work out where the impulse came from, so she did her best to resist it. She met a guitar player pedaling a floating bicycle with his dog in tow. She said they took turns. The water was cold, and the floating bicycle, while technically marvelous, wasn't quite buoyant enough for the both of them. Swimming is hard work, the hardest work that dog had ever done. He expected. They'd been traveling this way for most of the night, struggling through the icy water, stopping to recover when they could find a rock large enough to start a small campfire. Let me see if there's plugins. One sec. No. Okay. He had his belongings stuffed into a weathered guitar case at the end of a thin rope. It floated pretty well, so he only had to keep an eye on it and occasionally free it from a rock or some driftwood it was caught on. She asked if he had a guitar in his case or just clothes. He would have played her something, but the case leaked a bit, and he didn't think it would sound right until he had time to dry it out. The boat was loaded to capacity with black plastic bags and a few larger pieces of furniture wrapped in a blue tarp. 3 paddled, the 2 adults and the older child. The 2 younger children slept. They'd been traveling all night, first by car and then for the last few hours by boat. Hungry and tired, they didn't plan to stop until they reached West Virginia, where a relative had offered to take them in. But the adults were happy to take a break from paddling in weary silence. They asked her about her river journey. She told them about the memorial. They were sympathetic. No minors in their family, but he was once injured at a warehouse job and had to fight for disability pay. They knew what these companies were like and what it was like to have to assert your humanity to them. They wished her well and paddled on toward West Virginia. Like, to explain it, the music and game's fine, right? And no, this will be too much audio. Can I pause? I'm going to turn the music off real quick. Okay. And if I turn music on, I'm going to turn it up for this test. That's fine. Music's fine. Okay, crackling and robotic is different. That was part of the song. Let me pick a song that doesn't have crackling in it. Let me go to my Fiji remixes. Is it still crackling? Because the song I was about to play had crackling in it as well, so. Is this Deltarune remix crackling, or is it fine? Okay. Alright, yeah, it don't make sense. Like, I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm being mean or anything. Like, I don't understand what is happening to my mic, because if I go to GoXLR and I go to listen to my mic in my headphones, I'm fine. Everything's fine. I sound fine. Everything sounds perfect. I don't know what's happening. Like, I don't. Sorry. Like, because my mic is all in the same source. All in the same source. Like, it's all part of the source called GoXLR. And I'm hearing it fine. It should be fine. So, I don't know Like, sorry, like, I'm gonna keep streaming because, like, I don't know what to do. Like, okay. I'm just gonna have to hope that it comes out fine on the recording. That's it. Flower salesman on a raft. They floated alongside in buoyant pots, bobbing untethered. He corralled them with a long pole and a stream of small adjustments. She leaned out over the water to get a closer look. He just started work for the day, so his stock was full. He pushed a few bouquets her way. First was a delicate mixture of pansies arranged in the Byzantine style. He said it was for a particular kind of person. If it didn't remind her of anyone in specific, she'd better move on. Next, a rustic bundle of blue-petaled flowers of many different types. He suggested it would make an appropriate think-of-you bouquet. Finally, a delicate mass of roses, made to look messy. She thought it looked serene, and he agreed. He drifted away with the current, pushing his flowers along with the raft. She gave in, shut off the motor, and floated for a while. Then she knew what she'd been craving, a moment of silence. All right. Man, I thought that was going to be the end. Salmonitis. Oh, hey, we caught up to the tugboat. Why did it say it like that, tugboat? What am I supposed to be doing? Jesus. Alright, here we go. Just in time, we've already finished eating, but we're about to place it to go order for Clara. She's back on board, getting ready for her show. Take a look at the menu. I'm sure there's something you'll like. Ida is a bit of a local celebrity, for her cooking, I mean. Hey, Ezra was just asking about you. He's around the corner playing a video game. Maybe go let him know you two are back, or where's the old man anyway? Oh, bad luck. You'll get it next time. Hey, got a quarter? He's almost got this. It's true. Sure, I have 1 quarter. Thank you. So, where's... They took him. Damn. Yeah, he really got himself in a situation there. Yeah, I'm gonna go sit down. Cool. The food is good here. I think everyone else is finishing up, but you could probably get something to go. Alright, Claw Maestro, let's give it another shot. Let's see what's on the top of the pile here. There's a stuffed octopus, a plastic bag full of clamshells, a cowboy hat, and some big headphones. The octopus has a leg wrapped around a boombox underneath it. Shells are pretty clear, but I don't know if the claw can really grip the bag well. The cowboy has it in the corner, so it's kind of really tricky to tell if it's wedged in or not. These headphones might be a good bet, but I can't see the cord. It could be wrapped around something. What are you going to try for? What should we try for? Now that we have this information. The octopus has a leg wrapped. The shells can't really grip. The cowboy hat's like really hard because it's in the corner. And the headphones are kind of an unknown. Lewis says cowboy. Also, I tried something still robot-y. Do the cowboy hat, I guess. Sounds good. I hope we can get the claw back far enough to get a grip on it. Yeah, like I said, I'm nonplussed to fix it. I put this quarter in, you'll have about 8 seconds to grab your prize. The hat's in the back right corner. You know, if you need help lining it up, got a slightly different view of the field from up here. Ready? Here we go. 8. One sec. Back right corner. 7. Right. 6. Front right. Up. Up. Go for it. Sorry, kid, the hat would look good on you, but I guess it's just too far back in that corner. Hey, listen. It sounds like that old man you're following around him. I guess he had to leave. Is he coming back? Is he okay? Or I should go with him? Oh, Ezra. Is he coming back? Well, probably not. He's got himself on a trajectory, you know? Anyway, I don't know what kind of plans you have now, but if you need help figuring out your next move, you can always talk to me and Miss Junebug. I just wanted to make sure you knew that. Could I keep going with you? Hey, I've got no objection. We have a pretty ad hoc thing going on, me and Junebug. I'd have to talk to her, but I bet you're welcome to tag along for a while, if you're into it. Time is it? It's almost 5. Hey, maybe we still have time to poke around this place a little. They have some pretty wild stuff in here. Hey, did you see this? They keep a table full of fake food over here. I've never known why. Actually, I think it may be real food coated with shellac or something, preserved. Oh, and look, this tentacle-looking thing is half-eaten. Is this someone's meal that they didn't finish? I dare you to take a bite. You first. No. Yeah, I don't blame you. Sam and I to preserve this half-eaten meal. It must have been pretty important to them, right? Maybe it belonged to someone they care about, like a beloved uncle. Had a mid-meal stroke, so they kept it in his memory. Yeah, like these sunflower seeds my folks left behind. Oh, I'm sure your folks are fine now. Are you worried about them? Yeah, it's weird that they just disappeared. What happened to Ezra's parents? Weird, I somehow thought it was his truck and delivery and all. It was. That's what she's saying, but he gave it to her before they took him away. But you're going to deliver it anyway. Why? Somebody's waiting for those antiques. Have you got a name or just an address? Maybe it doesn't matter. Even having discharged all of that, whatever it is, onto the lawn, I'm sure have fulfilled your friend's obligation. Johnny and I will help you unload when you get there. Good for your legs, Cricket. Yes, ma'am. So, how was everything? How was the sweet cave snail? Hey, Aubrey. Devastating. You're a killer, Ida. welcome to my microphone decided to conflict with OBS in some way 3 hours into the stream, so I'm not fixing it. Well, I can't take all the credit. Sam came across a whole cave snail colony down there about a year back, and we've been leaving rock candy for them to gorge on since. We just started harvesting earlier this month. Yes, it's all about patience down here. Everything grows more slowly in the dark. There's a fish in Lake Leth that lives to 200 years. Its flavor profile only develops at about 75. Got a pot of bones in there that's been stewing for at least a week. I don't even remember why I put them on. Come to think of it, I don't remember what kind of bones they are. We need one for the road. Clara said she wanted, something primordial, she said. What does that mean? Primordial. I think she meant something from very deep in the lake. Could be. Here, you pick. I'm no good at this. How about... She'd probably like... No. Maybe... balsamic spinach. So many choices. What about... We're doing cedar plank crab with Parmesan basil crust and butter sauce. Good choice. Your friend will love it. I'll have that right out, sweetie. Once again, just random meals. Ezra leans over the table and carefully examines the preserved food and drink. By the way, Aubrey, how does my mic sound to you? I'm curious. This is going to be interesting. We're going to compress a pea-sized eyeball. The eye's hard, like glass. Oh, you like candied fish eye? Most kids are repulsed just looking at them, which is a shame, because they're really delicious. I have a bowl of them in the kitchen. I'll bring some out. Sorry, I startled you, sweetie. Alright. It's OBS. Like, that's all I can say is it's OBS, because it's not me. I pulled out my monitor, I listened to myself, I sound peachy fine. Like, it's the most baffling thing, and I'm gonna have to figure out why it's doing it. Might as well turn on... Yeah, might as well turn captions back on. Why didn't they finish their meal? Well, they had more than twice as much food as they really needed, so even half was too much. This food was about 15 years old. It's true. Things were different then. Nobody came to eat here. We were fighting just to keep the lights on. Sam, my husband, Sam was depressed. He couldn't catch anything. That was part of the problem. Most of what we served was shipped and frozen or dried, and I just threw it in a fryer. Both come a long way since then. Well, 2 young men came in for dinner. Seasoned divers, they said, over 10,000 hours between them and Lake Leth alone. They'd been out all day salvaging parts from a riverboat wreck and had worked up a fierce hunger, they said. They ordered the whole menu, even without looking. It was a short menu in those days. I sat them right here and went back to the kitchen. Sam was at the next table doing a Sudoku and drinking malt liquor, his usual routine at the time. An hour later, I was cleaning up when Sam came bursting into the kitchen. Ida, he said, kind of frantic. These divers are still hungry. Bring them another course. I said, they already ordered the whole menu. Sam said, make something new. Keep making up dishes, whatever. Keep bringing up food. So I did until the small hours of the morning. Made up so many new dishes that night I could write a book. And it was good. Inspired. I was working so hot and fast at the burning edge of inspiration, I didn't think to write any of it down. And I was so wrecked with exhaustion the next day, I knew I couldn't remember what all I'd done in the kitchen. This game's about memories. It's just hitting me. I think this game's just like about memories. How we... Huh. That's a good another pitch for when we eventually get to the end of this. Which I'm gonna say right now, I think I'm gonna wrap up after this act. I came and look here and think about all those ingenious dishes I threw together for those divers. Of course they didn't pay their full bill. I heard one of them complaining to the other, let's just pay half and let them charge the other half to whatever demon in the kitchen kept making up food faster than we could ask for it. Wow. But it all worked out. Things have really turned around since then. This place is actually pretty popular now. Success and our expanded menu inspired Sam too. He started bringing back the most magnificent ingredients from his nightly dives. I'd better get to work. Stay right here, sweetie, and I'll bring you a treat on my way back out. This must be Sam. Well, buddy, I guess you're the catch of the day. The one and only. So, what are you? Look like, well, some kind of fish, I guess. Kind of a mopey little guy, huh? Yeah, I can see it in your eyes. You smell like sort of buttery. Well, that should be just fine. Skin feels like sandpaper, huh? She'll figure something out. I think I'll call you Butterfish. I'm Salmonidas, the one and only Butterfish. Hope you enjoy your stay. I mean, not too much. Have you ever seen a creature like me before? You're pretty far down there. Wouldn't be surprised if I'm the first, except there were 2 divers who went before me long ago. Maybe that was before your time. How old are you anyway, I wonder? They ate here once back in the bad old days. 2 young guys. Could have been brothers, maybe. I was over in the corner with my coffee and crossword. These guys were hungry enough to eat it and ask for more, and they did at least as much talking as eating. See, like I said, they were divers, and like I said, they might have been brothers. They had a kind of a rivalry going between them or something. Ada was about to write up their check, but I slipped calmly and quietly into the kitchen for a minute and told her to keep bringing out food. I figured they wouldn't notice, caught up in their boasting as they were, and I wanted to listen. Oh my god, this game is about memory. They went back and forth for hours about all the deep and dangerous dives they'd been on, new tunnels they discovered, all the weird creatures they had encountered at the weirdest depths of Lake Leth. It was like a dance, no, like a boxing match. Each story went deeper than the last. Listened to every word of it, memorized every description of every tunnel, diving route they discovered. That's my map now, you see. For 15 years, I've been using routes that these 2 young divers discussed right there at that table. Yeah, I'd write a guidebook to the depths of this lake, but I don't dare. Someone would steal my good diving spots. Or where would we be? See, people come here from all over just to try our daily catch because they know it's unique. Ain't you proud? Since I can't write any of it down, I just preserve that table where they had their meal so I can look at it to jog my memory. Like they were eating pickled crab when they talked about that shipwreck full of salamanders. Pretty clever, huh? It's my own secret code. Well, I'll be straight with you, Butterfish. There's one feature of this arrangement that I find unsettling. In fact, I lose a decent amount of sleep over it. I told you those boys were competing, right? One-upping each other. I mean, getting wilder and more adventurous as they traded tales. Well, I navigate mostly in the dark down there, just going by touch and a kind of mental picture I can construct from their detailed boasts. And every time I explore a new diving spot from those recollections, I have to weigh it all against the risk that I'm headed right into a dangerous falsehood. One of those men could have felt for a moment like he was losing some ground in their little duel, so he could have slipped a fake one in there. Maybe told a fib about some dive he went on and found a colony of blind shrimp living in a discarded refrigerator. When I get down there, my diving bell cracks open on a sharp rock where he said that fridge would be, and that's the end of Sam of salmonitis. To be honest, that possibility puts the fear of death in me every time I touch water. Hey Sam, good haul tonight? We'll see what you can make of it. Yeah, pretty good I think. I hit some trouble down by the narrow tunnel. Kind of fast-growing freshwater barnacles just about sealed it up. I picked away for about half an hour before I gave up and went around the other way. I had a really bad itch in my back. Ooh, there we go. Okay, I got it. I got the catch of the day. That's the important part. That's what people travel for. Pretty cold here for diving, right? The cold I can handle. I've got an oil heater and a diving bell, and if it's really bad, I might take a nip of something here and there. We stay for a drink. Got a dark rum that goes well with coffee. It's a bit early for me. Yeah, seems like it's always too early. Oh, she's got your food ready. Y'all enjoy your meal, alright?
This world is not my home. I'm just passing through. My treasures and my hopes are placed beyond the blue. Many friends and kin have gone on before, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Oh Lord, you know I have no friend like you. If heaven's not my home, oh Lord, what will I do? Angels beckon me to heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. I have a loving mother up in glory land, and I don't expect to stop until I shake her hand. She's waiting now for me in heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Oh Lord, you know
Hey, does my mic work better now?
friend like you. If
Test 1, 2.
heaven's not my home, oh Lord, what will I
If not, then I have no idea.
Angels beckon me to heaven's open
Return to the tugboat. Still the same. Wait. Did I fix it? Wait. Yeah as it's in still the same, or yeah as you fixed it? See, that just looks like a swirling mess of garbage, doesn't it? Well, that's what it is. I don't know why trash seems to collect right there. It's still a robot, okay. It's always been that way. Everyone just navigates around it like it was some kind of island or something. Wood scraps from the old canoe rental shop. Gemini Canoe and Firewood. The place was run by twin sisters Cassie and Paula, I think. This was years ago. They used to rent out canoes to tourists, campers, pilgrims, folks like that. They must have had some kind of deal with the distillery. You'd always see a couple of Hard Times boys posted up on the dock, peddling small bottles to their customers. Cassie and Paula worked those old canoes to death, wrung every penny out of them. They'd only take one out of commission when it was truly, demonstrably dangerous, and you couldn't get a refund unless your boat was visibly taking on water. The game is slightly robot also. But the music was fine. Yeah, this cluttered place makes a decent local museum. It's as good as the history as I could ever tell. We arrived at a small houseboat neighborhood that sometimes hosted concerts for the pleasure of its residents, where Clara was scheduled that night to perform. Okay. Broadcast stream mix. Properties. Advanced. It's on the... Let's try this. This song was also Roboto? Okay. Junebug and Johnny watched the show from the dockyard with the others. Alright, that made me try doing the thing on another source. So, let me know how it sounds now. A neighborhood. We're going to a neighborhood. Neat. It's a bummer that this is happening and we're getting songs. Oh. I remember this. I told you Yeah, you don't have to say it. Only 'cause it's always true. She played at the flower shop. Serrano opened. He was having trouble with his tape machine, so he just droned out on the lap steel. Got really into it and went for like forever. Everyone was falling asleep. Not everyone. I remember the air was warm, perfumed. You were playing with some petals you found on the floor. I was looking at the ceiling. I remember the ceiling was glass. During the week, that room was a greenhouse. I don't know where they put all the plants when they had bands, and maybe outside if the weather was nice. It was nice that night, warm, smelled like spring. I remember the folding chairs, so uncomfortable, but I guess it was their only option. They had to pack everything up during the week so there'd be room to display the flowers. Wow, look at Ezra. He's wrapped. Yeah, he's really into it. So we were talking about him earlier at the gas station. Sure, I haven't forgotten Cricket. Cool, yeah, I know. What do you think about Ezra traveling with us for a while? We were in the back, passing messages in code. We used a code of our own design, inscrutable to observers, transmitted by taps on the wrist. You told me a joke. It was the one about the prisoners exchanging dirty moonshine recipes. I told you the one about the 3 bears in the outhouse. When you told me the one about the dentist with the rude prosthetic, we had to leave the room. If I sound hesitant or something, it's just... you. When we met, we were nothing. Just these little gray shadows. And we grew and filled in, and... But we did all that together. Ezra, sure, he's just a kid, but he's already a person. What would that do to our system? Our chemistry? We took a round turn in the hallway and ended up in the basement. I remember the air was cool and damp, like a cave. I remember the lingering perfume of the greenhouse giving way to an earthy plant smell, like we were digging down into the roots. It was a little spooky though, so we went outside instead. We turned left into an alley. We wandered between some low houses and came out onto an empty street. Hey, I got the masters for the new record back from Lazar. They're okay, but What? You listened to them without me? You were at the pet shop. I didn't think I could tear you free. Oh, okay. Anyway, there are a few spots where the strings distort a little, and the whole thing is way too much reverb. But overall, it sounds pretty good. And the new drum machine fits right into the mix. Nice. The only question is how to do it live. I can't control the drum machine and sing and dance at the same time. You've got your hands full of guitar. We stepped into a 24-hour convenience store. I remember the radio was playing some old Patsy Cline, right? Was it Connie Smith? The clerk was reading one of those conspiracy/celebrity gossip/Bigfoot sighting newspapers. We bought some of those gummy pomegranate seeds, and we made our way back to the greenhouse. We must have taken a shortcut or something, because I don't remember the walk back at all. We got back to the greenhouse just as Clara was tuning up. She relaxed her shoulders, took a deep breath, raised both hands into their precise positions, and the room started shaking. Clara hit a note that made the glass rattle in sympathy, a perfect 2 octaves lower. She looked like a sorceress, tearing down the building with an effortless wave and incredible focus, coaxing the empty air into some kind of moaning, rattling demon. That's the thing about the theremin. It's the only instrument you never touch. You could see a wave of concern propagating through the greenhouse. People looking up at the trembling glass ceiling, looking at each other to see if anyone else was worried, trying to catch Clara's eye and discern if she was doing it on purpose or not, if she were really trying to bury us all in glass. I'm just saying, maybe we could use a third pair of hands up there. Oh! Think you could teach that kid to play a drum machine? Ma'am, I could teach a dog to play a drum machine. Well, that'll be our backup plan. It was a tense 5 minutes. We, the audience, alternated between fearing for our lives and lamenting hers that could have given her the kind of emotional experience to play this devastating song. And slowly, gently, Claire's hands came to rest. The theremin went quiet. The glass stopped rattling. And the room relaxed, unharmed. How much longer? That's not an exasperation, I'm just curious. Because the end of Act 3 was like 15 minutes of the stream. I've been going for 4 hours. So, like, I'm really curious. I'm on Act 4, that's right. Okay, we're near the end of this. I met a photographer once. I mean, one in particular. She even took my portrait. Can't imagine why. She said it would immortalize me. That was a metaphor, of course. She meant I'd never be forgotten. She was disembarking not far from here, actually. The film fell out of her bag and was borne away by the current. Was working on deck at the time. She shot me a sad, apologetic glance, but I wasn't bothered. It's no shame to be forgotten. Our passengers, 2 lighter, disembarked by the mail stop by the silo. They couldn't seem to get that old truck started up again, but we managed to roll it off the barge with only a minor scrape or 2. Last minute, Clara decided to travel with them for a while. Kate and I said goodbye to our friends, new and old, and the monkey mammoth rumbled on down the echo. What's this place like, Dogwood Drive? It's in a small town, or it? I really don't know. Got the manifest the old man had in his truck here. Lizette's Antiques, mail order delivery, no return address. Shipping address 5 Dogwood Drive, packing list. It's just numbers. I guess the inventory numbers of the antiques he was supposed to be delivering. Anyway, I'm glad you're coming with us. Yes, I'm always eager to see more of the country, and I enjoy the company. I have to find a bus or a train to get on to Nashville by evening. Well, they have buses everywhere, right? Or hey, I could drive you to Nashville. Seems I have a truck now, only... How are we going to get it up these stairs? It's quite a staircase. Is there something we could do with rope? Moms? Lamp oil? I totally did that wrong. It's been 4 hours. Rope. Nope, I'm getting it right. Rope. Lamp oil. Bombs. Rope. It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rupees. There we go. Okay, I'm happy. Is there something we could do with rope? Sure, I can think of a few things. Nothing that'll get that truck up the staircase, though. Looks like we're making the rest of this trip on foot. I don't even know what's in there. What if it's too much to carry? We've been loading and unloading gear since the stars were young. We're our own roadies, right? We've got expertise. Alright, Cricket. Let's get this delivery packet packed and tied to bundles. We're hiking it upstairs. What's in there? Antiques, I guess. Antiques. Yeah, antiques are... It's like junk, but people will pay for it. Oh. Sorry, I guess you'll be taking the bus after all. It's okay. It'll be an adventure. Tired? Don't worry, lady. We're almost there. And then people had to wait for years for the conclusion. Act 1 through 4 has existed for a good long while. It was only last year when Act 5 finally released. So people had to sit on this for a good amount of time. Alright. Fixing my mic up here. Okay. Alright, because of stream issues, I'm just gonna wrap here. Alright, we're here. Thanks for coming out. I'm sorry about the audio. I wish I knew what was causing it. It's impossible for me to tell. Just gonna set everything back to the way it was so I don't screw everything up. it is. Okay. All right. Let me throw on music. Yeah. So we will be back here on Monday. I have to check my camera. For some reason, I'm getting. No, it's fine. I don't know what I was doing there. We'll be back Monday with some more Monster Hunter. I think that's gonna be the thing from now on. Is Mondays are gonna be Monster Hunter, and then I'll do 3 days of a playthrough. Which, speaking of that, I'm gonna start thinking about changing my schedule up. I'm thinking of possibly switching this day. Not doing Saturday streams. And moving that to probably Tuesday. Bringing back Tuesday streams. Woo! Yeah. Maybe doing Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Because then that will give me on and off, like 1 week where I have a free weekend, and then 1 week where I'm doing stream Sundays with Pat. So I'm gonna think about it. I don't know if I'll do it next week, but maybe in the next few weeks I might switch it up, try that. We'll see. I'm exhausted, and I don't think there's anyone. I think Twitch is doing something weird where, like, under a certain number, like, it doesn't show that you rated somebody. So I think I might hold off on a raid, especially since there's no one I would really raid right now. I think what will happen is, like, it'll probably go to a host. So if you want to watch somebody, if it switches over to a host, you can go watch them or go do what you want. But I'll be on Pat's stream tomorrow for Puro Moods if you want to watch Japanese wrestling. If not, we'll be back Monday and be hunting more monsters. Should be a good time. But until then, after 4 hours and 30 minutes of streaming, I hope y'all have a good one. I hope y'all take care. Have a great rest of your weekend, and I will see you all in the next one.